I'm in here, y'all. I'm in here. Where we at? Where we at? Where we at? Oops. Hang on. My bad. I'm coming. Hang on. Hang on. Boom. There it is. Just pull up Kenny's empty chair. I don't have no clue where Kenny is.
There's sandwiches here.
Oh, there's sandwiches here. So Kenny is literally the first one in line for food. That's tremendous. Rich got everyone sandwiches. What's up, everybody?
You see Ohtani is second in the league for home runs and then third in the league for strikeouts thrown?
That home run he hit yesterday was absurd. I mean, Barry's my guy, but there is no one like Shohei. Oh, man. What's up, Blake? What's up, Filthy McNasty? No KO. No KO here. What's happening, Will Z? Will Z will be with us tomorrow. I already forgot what time, but Will be with us.
Will Z, you know the question, getting sleep. That's always the question. And the answer is always no. Algin, I tell you guys all the time, man. I don't eat that much. Like when you guys see me snacking through the show, it's about it. Not a whole lot.
Kenny has to come to work to eat. Damn shame. Damn shame.
It's about it. I don't eat that much. NBA offseason about to be crazy out here, boy. I can't wait.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Yes, sir. Come on, man. We're going to let them fly one more time, man. Let's go. It's Thursday.
I heard somebody today say Friday Junior.
Mini Friday, I believe, is a popular term. We welcome you in here to the Thursday, June 15th edition of D-Lo and KC.
I'm already halfway through the month.
We halfway there, bro.
That's crazy.
We halfway there. I'm Demi Barling.
Acknowledge me!
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are so happy that you're here with us on ESPN 1320 AM, 98.5 FM HD2. We welcome those listening on the Odyssey app. Great way to listen to D-Lo and KC. You can also watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. Happy to welcome our man Chris Biederman, who will be with us coming up at about 1:45 or so. And then our man Matt George back with us after a week of golfing in Tahoe with Chris Biederman, as a matter of fact. Matt George will be with us, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, of course, ABC as well. He'll be with us about 3:15. Whoo, man, they partying in Denver.
Yeah.
And you can't help but watch that team and wonder, like, how close is Sacramento to that? How close is Sacramento to being a team that can celebrate in the middle of June, the Larry O'Brien Trophy being in town? And, there's been, lots of talk lately. Really, it started, I think, it started when it was clear the finals were over. Like, it was like, hey, who can compete with the Nuggets? I haven't heard anybody say who can compete with the Heat in the East. That's literally not been a question on any hot take show.
Yeah.
But the question about the West has been out there quite a bit. And while some people find the response funny, here's to you, Monica McNutt.
Oh, Monica.
The Sacramento Kings are often in that conversation. And I think you said this earlier this week, and it's funny, but it's fact. You look across the East or the West, excuse me, and you've got, the Memphis, and you've got the two LA teams, and you've got the Golden State Warriors, and you recognize, you got New Orleans.
Mm-hmm. New Orleans.
Kings.
Got a lot going on.
Kings are the most stable franchise in the West.
That's a fact.
Outside of Denver, they're the
Yeah.
most stable franchise in the West.
That's a fact. Name a more stable one. Maybe you'd say OKC. Maybe.
OKC building. Yeah, looking forward to seeing them. No
Yeah,
doubt.
But that's about it. Everybody else got a bunch of question marks. They're trying to figure it out on the fly. They're trying to rearrange some stuff. And the Kings are looking to, as Monty would say, what do you say? Maintain and improve.
Maintain
and
and improve.
That's all they're trying to maintain and improve.
There's a lot we need to talk about with the Sacramento Kings. There's a lot that I'd like to talk about with the Sacramento Kings. We could even tie the Miami Heat into this. I think the Miami Heat are going to be an interesting team to watch, given the recent news about Bradley Beal, given the constant Dame Lillard flirtations. You got the Kyrie Irving stuff out there, and the fact that I knew Tyler Hero got hurt. I completely forgot Tyler Hero got hurt at the very beginning of the playoffs. The Miami Heat went to the NBA Finals without, essentially, depending on who you ask, their second or third best player. Like Bam and Tyler Hero are close enough for them to be in the discussion as the second best player for Miami. And regardless of which one you think is the second, the other one is obviously the third. You're talking about a really important component here for Miami, and they got to the finals without him, which makes for an interesting dialogue this offseason when you're trying to trade for players with large contracts. And there's no contract larger than Bradley Beal's. Like you've got to make the money work there.
Bradley getting paid.
You also have got the interesting component of the no trade clause, which we'll talk about later. But we'll say this: we brought up on the show months ago. We started to hear rumblings. D'Lo and KC started to hear things about the Sacramento Kings going after OG Anunoby. We could tell you the Sacramento Kings are going after OG Anunoby. We could definitively tell you that. The Sacramento Kings are going after OG Anunoby. We've heard that from multiple places for multiple months. OG Anunoby is the prime target for Sacramento this offseason. My guess, just a guess, if Harrison Barnes re-signs with Sacramento, OG Anunoby isn't coming here. And they know that. They're exploring all of their options. Again, just a guess on my part. They're exploring every avenue they can to get OG Anunoby before signing Harrison Barnes to a contract.
That's everything that we're hearing. That's everything that we're hearing right now. And if they are able to make that move, I know when it's been brought up, people are like, okay, so you're not that big on OG or whatever. I like OG. I think he's fine. I think he's fine. I think he's somebody that improves this team. I think he improves this team. What he can do offensively, combined with his defensive prowess, makes the Kings better, makes them even more formidable than they already are. And if they can find a way to do that and keep Keegan Murray, because that's always been one of my concerns. I don't know if I'm willing to trade OG and give up Keegan. But if they keep Keegan and get OG, we've got action. Let me just tell you that right now. If that were to happen, we've got action.
Yeah, I can't envision. I don't know what a trade package for OG Anunoby would look like because of the circumstances involving his contract. The circumstances involving his contract, and if memory serves, you got this year. Next year is a player option. Jesse, can we look at that? I'm pretty sure next year is a player option. So you're running into a circumstance that's a little bit different than the Domantas Sabonis situation, where you had basically part of last year, all of this year, and you have all of next year.
He's got a $19 million player option next season.
$19 million. So he's almost like you're opting out of that.
Yeah.
If you're OG, you're opting out of that. So you're in a situation where if Sacramento acquires him this year, it's the same situation Toronto is facing, which, to go to your original point, if I'm Sacramento, that's not a deal that I give up Keegan Murray for. Maintain and improve. It's difficult to improve if you're giving up Keegan Murray, probably losing Harrison Barnes to get OG Anunoby. Unless there's a situation where you lose Keegan, you acquire OG and keep Harrison Barnes. That's probably a feasible option as well. But I think ideally, because you have to sign Harrison Barnes to a contract. My guess, it's in the vicinity of, we've all speculated on this, 17, 18, 19 million, somewhere around there. And then you've got the Sabonis deal coming up.
Yeah.
Then you've got the OG Anunoby deal coming up. So you have those, and then you've already got De'Aaron Fox, making max money, and that contract will be up for big renewal in a couple of years. So if this thing trajects the way you want to, all of a sudden you're the Golden State Warriors and your payroll is $450 million.
Yeah.
You might be winning championships along the way, which of course, washes out all that money you're spending. But without the firm acknowledgement that OG Anunoby is opting out and re-signing here, I don't think you give up Keegan in that deal. There are deals out there, I think, or at least conversations out there that Keegan's probably a part of. And we'll save that for a couple of minutes. But
yeah.
I think as at least as it pertains to OG Anunoby, I don't think that's one of them.
I want to say right now, I'd have to think about this. But I did go to the trade machine.
Oh,
I'm just look.
Yeah,
you just want to. They have the formula.
Who says no?
They have the formula to make the math work. Rashawn Holmes and Davion for OG works.
Yeah, but so
I don't know if I would want to do that.
Money wise,
I like Davion. I like Davion.
You've got to give up something.
I know. I'm just saying.
But the problem
that
is,
gave me pause. Like, how people are like, "Oh, I'm running to the phone to do that." I'm not running to the phone.
Yeah, I don't think Toronto's picking up that call though.
Why not? They're just about to lose Fred VanVleet.
Yep.
They need a point guard.
You're losing to Fred. No. I'm not suggesting they don't like Davion. I'm sorry. I'm not implying that. I'm suggesting you're going to have to do the old James Ham thing here. You're going to have to call Atlanta, deal with those pick protections, and you're going to have to offer them another pick.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, for sure. I thought, yeah.
I'm
pick at some point. Yeah.
I'm absolutely of the belief they would. Any team, I think, would welcome Davion Mitchell, especially one that's losing their point guard, and it's in all likelihood, because I don't think people believe that Fred VanVleet is going back to Toronto, but I think people would be. You just lost Fred VanVleet probably for nothing. And you're facing a similar situation with OG Anunoby, where now you have all of these assets. Forgive me for using that term, but you have all of these assets that are they're trickling away if you don't do something with OG Anunoby.
Right.
But with only a year left before he can opt out, you lost some bargaining power by not doing it in February. And I mean, Masai Ujiri is a championship general manager. Like he knew that when February came and went. But that's the reality of this.
Yeah.
Maybe you could have fetched 2 first-round picks in February. I don't think you could do that now. Maybe you could have gotten Keegan Murray in February in that deal.
Yeah.
I don't think you could do it now.
Yeah. No, I agree, man. And Reggae Sand says, KC, you tripping? You wouldn't do that. I didn't say I wouldn't do that. I'm just saying I would probably pace a little bit. I would agonize over it a little bit before I said, all right, let's do the deal. Because I like Davion Mitchell. I want Davion Mitchell here. But like you said, in a situation like that, you've got to give up something. I'm not giving up Keegan, and I'm not giving up Monk, all these other guys. If Davion is somebody that I think some people look at in this league and in the right situation, and Toronto may be that right situation, he could be a starting point guard in this league. And if it's Davion, Rashawn, and one of these picks somewhere to get it done, would you give up 24?
I
kind of think I would. Once again, with an understanding that you can sign OG back. We know how these things work. Like the Kings make that trade, they're not going into that trade cold. They would have an idea of whether or not OG would be, willing to come back, if they'd have the money to do it, and all this other stuff.
I think I'd fight that a little bit. It's not a deal breaker. I'd fight it because if you're the Kings, you have to believe you're not picking this high again for years. I know the Sacramento Kings picking as high as 24. I know that's a far cry from what it used, but again, if this goes the way you believe it should, the Sacramento Kings are picking, 30th.
Mm-hmm.
They're not picking next year. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
those types of things in play. Again, it's not a deal breaker. I'd fight it, but it's not a deal breaker. One thing that has been made very clear to us is the Sacramento Kings are very active. They have Monty McNair was not feeding anyone lip service at his postseason press conference when he talked about maintain and improve, when he talked about, this was a nice first step. We're trying to be a championship team. The things that are going on behind the scenes show that this team is absolutely attempting to be a championship team. And we're going to continue to talk about this all throughout the day. Another little interesting rumbling that we heard that we want to pass along to you, and we will. We'll talk Kings. We'll talk this past season. We'll talk a lot of NBA today here. We mentioned Chris Biederman is going to join us in the 1 o'clock hour. Matt George in the 3 o'clock hour. That's all coming up here. It's Dealer and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino, continues here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I got. There it is.
He bobbled that ground ball right there. He bobbled it. It happens.
Were you saying something? I thought you were. Oh, man, that is a crazy pick of the parade. Holy crap. They turning out in Denver. Damn.
Shout out to Capriati's. They came through today. Got some sandwiches. They look delicious. They had this one sandwich, like the deli, that is nothing but like Thanksgiving stuff. So they got turkey, what's the stuffing, and cranberry sauce in the sandwich. I didn't try that one, but I was amazed by
What's
it.
it called? A Thanksgiving Day sandwich?
Might have been. I don't know what it's called. It looked good though. It did look good. Oh, she got me one. Lil Kim always looking out, man.
Auntie Kim.
Auntie Kim
looking out for one of us.
What did Monty do with Coco Jones?
Gotta love Monty's Coco. Huh.
Think he means Coco.
Yeah.
It's Coco Jones.
How many times do you type Coco Jones a day?
I was like, I think he means cojones.
Yeah. That is hilarious. Hey, Manny, we appreciate you, brother, man. You're always on top of it. You're always showing love, man. So thank you. And I hope you enjoyed it, man.
That's incredible. That might be a new show bit. Boy, ain't nobody got Coco Jones like Steph Curry. Look at that boy shooting from half court right there. Ain't nobody. That boy got big Coco Joneses. Man, that Chris Mullin draft day look is wild.
Oh, man. Hey, there go my boy.
Goodness gracious.
Damn. I think.
What it?
There go my other boy right there.
Yeah, that's your man's.
What could have been?
It's a weird montage. Like, what is the?
I don't know.
What are these players? What are they centering on?
I have no idea what the point is. 7.
Oh, got you. Okay.
7 pick. There's some pretty damn good players at the 7th spot. Who's projected? Who's I know who that is. The Pacers, huh?
916-909-1320 if you want to be a part of the conversation. Of course, you could jump in the chatty house as well on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Just going over a couple of Kings things, news, and notes that we heard. As we said here at the top of the show, we welcome those that are just tuning in. We've been telling you for months, we had it on, we were pretty confident that the Sacramento Kings we're going to make a play for OG Anunoby this offseason. The Sacramento Kings are making a play for OG Anunoby right now. They are going. Toronto is such a wild card team in this offseason. I went through every team in the league this morning and last night, looking at some of the. James talked about this a couple of days ago. There could be a lot of player movement this year through trades, not just the free agency pool, but really through trades because of these teams, because of the second tax apron, because of the increased tax penalties, because of the loss of the mid-level exception. There are teams that are just not championship caliber teams that have not spent their money. I read this breakdown on the Atlanta Hawks 20 freaking times trying to figure out why on earth they paid that money to Bogdan Bogdanovic. Not a knock on Bogey. Like I'm a fan. I dig him the whole deal. They paid him so much money and have set their cap in like such a awkward place. And that is not a championship squad. That's why you're hearing these DeJounte Murray trade rumors. That's why you're starting to hear stuff. These teams are going to have to kind of break apart a little bit. They're going to have to make a decision about the direction they want to go. It doesn't mean they have to blow up. It doesn't mean they have to tear everything down and start over. It means you've got to peel off some of these pieces or there's going to be no way for you to improve. That's a decision a lot of people think Michael Winger is having to make with the Washington Wizards. It's clear the Wizards have plateaued. Like they can't, there's just not much else you could do there.
Yeah.
And you've got to make a decision as to
what direction you want to go.
Right. Are you going to build around Bradley Beal, which is going to be really difficult in bringing in new talent because you got Bradley Beal on a 1 year into like a $250 something million contract, or are you going to make the decision to trade Bradley Beal from the only team he's been with in the NBA? Brad is unique because he has a no trade clause, and you can kick ideas around. Obviously, Portland's going to be in the conversation. I'm sure Portland will be in every conversation for a trade. I think Miami will be in every conversation for a trade. People on ESPN and Fox Sports will insert the Los Angeles Lakers into every trade, whether it works or makes sense.
Right.
And I genuinely, I was just doing some research. I think the New York Knicks are going to be involved in a lot of these conversations as well.
I agree with you.
This isn't like no Stephen A. East Coast bias stuff. Like the Knicks have a lot of ways they can put together a trade package that's really attractive for any one of those superstars. The question is, would Bradley Beal waive his no trade clause for Portland? Would he waive it for Miami? Would he waive it for New York? I don't know. I'm going to tell you the truth. I don't care. What the hell's that got to do with me?
Yeah.
What I will tell you is, should Monty McNair make a call to Washington, we've heard Bradley Beal would waive his no trade clause for Sacramento. I'm going to say that sentence again because I feel like, much like 2020, we're in unprecedented times. We have heard that Bradley Beal would waive his no trade clause for the Sacramento Kings. Now, I have no clue what that looks like. You asked earlier about Keegan Murray and a potential OG Anunoby trade. I don't think that has to happen. In a Bradley Beal trade, it almost absolutely does. Yeah. Now, I have absolutely nothing. I think I can comfortably say, unless Kenny hasn't told me something this morning, we have absolutely nothing on the Sacramento Kings contacting the Washington Wizards about a Bradley Beal trade. What we've heard was Bradley Beal would waive his no trade clause if Sacramento made an offer that Washington liked.
Ooh.
Now, that is a steep offer.
Yeah.
That's likely Keegan. It's likely Davion because they're both cheap and they're both good. It's likely multiple draft picks. And then it's probably you have to fight for it not to be Kevin Huerter. In sorry to the Holmes family, but it's Rashawn. because you need, you need to add some dollar figures there somewhere. Like Keegan, not a super expensive player. Davion, not a super expensive player. You got the pick, which is slotted as money, and then you need to make up the dollar somewhere because we're talking about $200 million remaining dollars on this contract with $57 million in the final year of it.
That is
$57 million in a single season for those that missed that.
That is a ton of money.
Yeah. Actually, it might even be more. We looked at this yesterday. Is that the right number? I know Bradley Beal's numbers over the next 5 years are insane.
Yeah.
Or next 4 years, excuse me. Yeah, it's 57. Player option though. Hey, ain't no human being turning down $57 million in 1 year.
Not at all. Not at all.
At the age of the
ripe old age of 30.
He's only 33.
But he's not going. He can get that, and he doesn't have to sacrifice that.
Yeah, he doesn't. He can sign a hefty contract at 34. Right. He'll be fine.
Man, Bradley Beal here at Sacramento. I know there's a lot of people in the chat right now.
That seems far-fetched.
It does, but there's people in the chat right now. There's people I've heard since yesterday when all this came out who kind of scoff at the idea of Bradley Beal. Bradley Beal can go.
Oh yeah, Brad
can go.
Brad averaged 30 points per game on a bit of a rough. Well, one of the teams went to the playoffs. The Russell Westbrook team.
Yep.
It was like a season, 2 seasons ago, like two, and he averaged 30 points per game in back-to-back seasons. Like killer, Brad's not a sucker, man. Brad can go.
The killer for Brad is, in my opinion, the only thing that I worry about with Brad is being able to stay healthy, being able to play. I don't know. Like, we were looking up how many games somebody played the other day. When was the last time Bradley Beal played 70 games?
That's a good question. I don't know. Is that a rhetorical question? Is that a question you actually know the answer to?
No, I don't know the answer to.
Okay.
But I'm looking it up right now.
Okay.
Let's see. 70 games. The last time he played 70 games, he played 82 in back-to-back seasons. Sorry. In 18-19. Since then, he's played 57, 60. Mind you, these are 72 game seasons or 70 game seasons.
Mm-hmm.
Then 40 and 50. 40 games and 50 games in the last 2 years.
Okay.
Yo, like people talking a little crazy about Bradley Beal. Man, bro. Look at this.
I know.
In 1920, he averaged 30.
I'm sorry. What year was that?
1920. No,
I'm sorry. What?
Not 1920. 1920.
Got you.
He put up 30.5.
Yeah.
Yep. In 2021.
Yep.
The 2020.
Thank you.
21 season. He put up 31.3 a night. In the last 2 years, with not as good of a team.
Yeah.
And, injury issues, 23.2 in both seasons.
So I'm going to repeat this as long as we talk about Bradley Beal. I don't believe there's any track. I don't believe there's even a conversation to start.
I don't think they have enough.
I just think it was a simple, would Brad waive his no trade clause? Yes or no for Sacramento? And the answer was yes. I think that's it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't even know if it was the Kings that asked. I don't think it was.
Right.
But I have my concerns too. I'm kind of like the chatty house. I love Bradley Beal. Like, Brad can go. Like, we don't do, and let me ask you, you're better at this than me. Do we know what Brad would look like on a team like Sacramento?
Yeah, I mean, he'd be really good. They'd probably be.
Does he
They probably
is he the dog now? Is he above De'Aaron?
I don't know about that. And the only reason I'm so definitive about it is we've seen it with John Wall and those teams.
Yeah. Well,
that was a second round team that took Boston to a game 7 with Isaiah Thomas and those guys. And I don't think, and all apologies and respect to Nene, but he's not as good as Sabonis.
Boy, that's a scorching hot take you got right there. That is scorching hot.
But I mean, we've seen him in a situation in those years. I think that's when he first started putting up 20 some points a game. 16, 17, 23.1.
Man, it's
I
crazy.
think that might have been the last year they were that good.
He's only a 3-time All-Star.
Mm.
It feels like Bradley Beal's been good forever. I guess he has been good.
Yeah.
It feels like Bradley Beal has been, an upper echelon scorer his entire time in the league.
Yeah.
But his first I think it was the year you just mentioned, the 2017-18 season. That was his first All-Star season.
That was 17-18 was his all.
Mhm.
That was the year after he averaged 23. The first time he averaged 20 in the season.
He got passed over.
Yeah.
He got passed over.
You know what I thought about with Bradley Beal? When I was just kind of thinking about like who he is as a player, kind of reminds me of Mitch Richmond. Just the way his career's gone, his talent level. I think he's like, however you feel about Mitch Richmond, I feel like you should think that about Bradley Beal.
What's the biggest concern in this conversation regarding Bradley Beal?
Giving up too much. Just kind of gutting your roster for, and it's not even like, I don't know if you would have to do that if his salary wasn't what it was.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you were just talking player for player, I feel like Washington would take a little less than what they would need to make the finances work.
So there was, one of the bigger non-stories in history, and that misleading headline is back on our television where it says Wizards to work with Bradley Beal on trade scenarios.
Another day.
That's not at all what the report was. But that's fine. We'll go along with it. There was a lot of speculation yesterday that the cost of the contract would actually hinder the return.
Yeah,
because you have to make it work legally.
Yeah,
but it's like that's the extent of what we can't give you more than that.
Right.
Like
we can't make the money work and give you our best players.
And in most cases, you have a player, you get a haul for a player because they've got 4 years left on a deal. They're an upper echelon scorer in the league. Like you hello, Phoenix. Now, obviously Kevin Durant, both are good, but they are in slightly different categories, Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal. But it just could wind up being too much. Like we can't, we'll send back what we have to legally to make this work. We can't give you in excess of that.
Right.
Because let's be honest, Michael, we're helping you out too. You're trying to move on. Maybe you're not trying to move on from the $50 million this season, but you really want to move on from that $57 million 4 years from now.
Right.
I got to be honest though. I'll say it again. I love Bradley Beal. I'd rather the OG situation work out.
I think so too, because I just think you're giving up less.
Well, I also feel like,
and it's a little more manageable financially. But
but what about the type of player?
Well, I look at it like this, because people are looking, that contract. And we talking about Bradley Beal. Bradley Beal can go.
It ain't my money.
Bradley, well, there's that.
I ain't in on this.
But Bradley Beal can go. Like this is one of the top shooting guards in the league. This is one of the top wing players in the league. Period. He's a franchise guy. He's a guy, regardless of how you feel about it, Washington looked at and looked like, we want this guy as our franchise guy. You're getting an opportunity to get one of those guys. You know what I mean? Look, Bradley Beal, wherever he goes, if he's traded at some point, that team is going to feel like they can win a championship. Like, don't forget that. Everybody out there saying, no, Bradley, if he goes to Miami, Miami's like, yo, we got a star to go with Jimmy. We can win a championship. That's the type of guy you're getting. So I understand the concerns, but I think Bradley Beal's being a little undervalued here. I think he's really being undervalued.
Did you see what Shams just tweeted?
No, I didn't.
Another team that's had Bradley Beal trade talks with the Wizards, the Kings.
Hey, we beat Jones again.
Tweeted
Again.
54 seconds ago. Another team that's had Bradley Beal trade talks with the Wizards, the Kings. Sources tell me and Sam Amick. It's believed
Y'all too late.
It's believed Beal would consider Sacramento given his no trade clause, but right now there does not appear to be a clear path for the two sides.
Shams listening to the show. We beat Shams again. We beat him again.
I guess we're just rounding up the score on Shams, huh?
Maybe we need to yell louder. Maybe that's what we need to do. I can't wait for the OG tweet to come out. Let me give me that Ric Flair sound. When I get okay.
Hey, let the record show. Everybody that's listening, we got the people in the chatty house. Let the record show where you heard it first. It wasn't Shams. It wasn't Shams.
It's incredible. I love it. I love it. That's what we do. Hey, we just talking to our people, man. That's all we doing. We just talking with other Kings fans, having a nice little discussion.
Let the people know out here, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. We out here. What's up, Shams? You can come on anytime you want to.
Shams, jump on the show, man.
You pull up.
We got you.
You can pull up.
We got you.
You know what I mean? Shams, maybe we'll tip you off to some things sometimes.
Maybe we'll keep it to ourselves. We're gonna tell our people first, then we'll let you know. And the best part about this is there's a handful of people watching and listening to us right now. I know this is eating them up. This is killing them. And don't forget who had the Dante DiVincenzo stuff last year either.
Come on, man.
It was James Ham.
Come on now.
That's all right.
It was on it.
We got you, baby.
He was on it.
We got you. Hey,
we connected. Well,
over the next 2 weeks, over the next 20 years, there's only one place you need to be for Kings coverage.
Simple as that.
We got you.
Simple as that. It's what Victor Oladipo said. We connected. You don't know about that. That's my song. I always talk about that one. That Victor Oladipo.
No, you love some Victor Oladipo singing. That's for sure.
That song, that Victor Oladipo. I don't know what's going to happen with his basketball career. Absolutely can put out an album. Absolutely.
Indeed, he can.
You connected.
I'm bugging out. Shams literally tweeted what we've been talking about for the last 15 minutes, almost word for word.
Bar for bar.
That's amazing. I love this show. I love this station. I love the chatty house. Oh, for goodness sake.
Everybody know. Hey, all my people on Twitter, under Shams, quote tweet Shams. Tweet,
Get him.
Get him. Hashtag D-Lo and KC had it first.
Get him.
Hashtag King.
Hashtag King. It's back, baby. It's hashtag King season.
Hashtag King. Let them know where it came first.
Fantastic. We love you guys.
So now that you guys know that we really talk, we really radio showing out here right now.
Oh, we radio showing today.
Yeah, we radio showing out here.
That means I have to lower my voice and begin to speak like Joe Budden does.
So y'all really wouldn't want Brad?
No, I don't think that's when he. No.
I know that's not what you're saying. I think people are saying, I'm cool off of Brad.
I don't think it's Brad that they don't want. I think it's the cost of what you give up to get Bradley Beal. And you immediately go from an ascending team approaching tax areas, right? Approaching the luxury tax to you're a year away from being the Golden State Warriors without the titles. Like in terms of what you're paying, like it's $200 million for Brad. That's the deal. And then you've got Sabonis coming up. And then De'Aaron.
Fox is right around the corner.
So you've already got De'Aaron making money. You've got De'Aaron, if things progress the way we all hope, pray, and believe they will, you've got De'Aaron approaching the Bradley Beal money. This is going to be $1 billion team without a title.
Oh, the cap's going up, though.
God damn it.
The cap's going up.
This better be the biggest. This better be the most insane TV deal ever. Oh my God, this better be the most insane TV deal ever.
Once again, just for research purposes.
And I think, but let me say one other thing. I think part of the reason Kings fans are concerned about the Bradley Beal, it's just not what they're giving up. It's the fact that almost certainly Keegan is a part of that.
Well, that's what I was just about to say. It's just for research purposes, but the only thing that really works outside of trading Fox or Sabonis, which we aren't doing, is 4 players, and it's Kevin Huerter, Rashawn Holmes, Keegan Murray, Davion Mitchell. I think right now who's under contract and all this other stuff, that's the only thing that works. Now, and I don't know why they would do this. They wouldn't do this. If you could facilitate a sign and trade with Harrison to Washington. I'm just throwing it out there. I don't think they would do it at all. But if you could facilitate that, maybe you could save Keegan in the deal. But other than that, I don't know. They got other trade machine wizards. Maybe I'm not a guru. Shout out to my man Guru. But I'm not a trade
looks
machine.
good.
He does.
Losing weight.
Yeah.
I would have gone with a different name than Body by Goo, but that's just me. That's just me. I would have gone for a different tagline, but Guru looks good.
He does.
Hashtag
man.
Body by Goo.
Him and Bonte doing their thing, man. With that, I think it's like the soda diet or something like that. They're doing their thing. But
isn't that the Zion diet? Well, never mind. Never mind.
No, his diet is different.
Oh, okay. His soda diet is different.
His diet is different. Really different.
His diet includes soda and being on the close friends Instagram tag of Sarah Hodges. That's Zion Williamson's diet.
Oh man. But
Sarah, if you're listening, don't let that man be one of your close friends. You don't want him seeing them videos.
The only trade that I could get to work is those 4 players.
Give them to me again.
Huerter, Holmes, Murray, and Mitchell.
Bro.
I'm just saying I'm not saying I would do it. I'm saying that's literally the only one that seems to work.
Holmes. That's fine. Murray.
Huerter and Holmes.
No.
I think I mean in the big, to be honest with you, the big deal right there is Keegan. I think if you could find
the big deal is the combination. I mean, look, Rashawn, fine. Huerter or Keegan, fine. But both?
Well, look, no, I think it's just Keegan. If I told you right now they take Keegan out the deal and you can get Bradley Beal, all the finances work and everything, we're not doing that deal?
Oh no, we're doing it.
That's what I'm saying.
We're doing it.
The only hang up is Keegan.
Yeah.
And if you can find a workaround, I don't know what it is, a third team, the sign and trade, whatever. If you can find a workaround.
Did you do the stupid trade machine? Is that how you came up with this?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's the only way. Like outside of Sabonis and Fox, they don't have any other salaries. These are like the biggest salaries they have. So if you could take Keegan out, and
Harrison,
when you talk
how do
about,
you feel about the nation's capital?
Well, he might
like. He was
the
Senator Barnes.
Yeah.
Let's make this dream a reality for you, HP. By the way, love Harrison Barnes. Don't want him to go anywhere.
Don't want him to go anywhere.
I don't mean it that way.
No. But that's the
which one do you prefer? I think I know the answer to this, but I'm an idiot, so I'm going to ask anyways. You prefer Brad over OG?
If you could keep Keegan. If you can't keep Keegan, then I'd rather take the OG deal.
It's stupid of me to think OG fits seamlessly.
Yeah.
Slides in, fits seamlessly. Is it out of pocket to think Brad requires like an adjustment for everyone involved? For De'Aaron, for Bradley Beal?
Maybe so.
Maybe for Malik, for everyone.
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, Kevin Huerter is, and let me be perfectly clear. I'm not running to get rid of Kevin Huerter. I love Kevin Huerter. Mm-hmm. It's just one of these situations where if you can get a Bradley Beal, like, yeah, you gotta be open to something like that. But I love Kevin Huerter here. I do. I think he's a great fit for what they're doing. But when you talk about Kevin Huerter, he does a lot of dribble handoff stuff with Sabonis. catch and shoot stuff. He's not really operating in an ISO, needing a bunch of dribbles. I wonder if Bradley Beal would be able to do the same thing. I think he's capable of it, but would he adjust his game to be more like Kevin Huerter than handle the ball? I actually think he would. I think he could play a Kevin Huerter type of game and be open to it and receptive to it.
Shout out to Jesse, by the way, who hit us in the group text and was like, "Hey, I'm gonna post this tweet. You good with it?" Because it's not on wax until you put it on Twitter.
Yeah,
moments before Shams and Sam Amick tweeted.
Let's go.
There.
Well, I mean, we should timestamp everything. Like, that's a lot to ask of Jesse, but if we could like timestamp.
Oh, Jesse does timestamp.
Well, no, I mean like on the screen, like put a graphic of at
Oh.
12:25. This is what we discussed, and then a picture of Shams' tweet and when he made it.
Shams was 5 minutes late. We were 12:26. Shams was 12:31. Please credits.
Hashtag please credit. We'll come back. We'll continue to talk Kings basketball trade scenarios. We'll continue to talk about what the landscape of the NBA looks like. We'll talk Kings with Chris Biederman. There's a lot we want to talk about with Chris Biederman, by the way. And, of course, we'll close out this Batty Thursday with Matt George in the 3 o'clock hour. That's all coming up here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. We should probably put the OG tweet out, too.
That's crazy. That's crazy how that happened. This isn't at least right now, because I'm not trying to get into it on the show, but this motherfucker, you see who's the accusations going around?
Yep.
Come on, man.
Yep.
Come on, man. I even sold him short. I said this is second rape allegation in 5 years. Somebody alerted me. He had one in January. We're up to 3 rape allegations in like the last 5 years from this dude.
He's a piece of shit. It was the same night, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Shout out Rob Dub. Appreciate the tweet.
I read the story too. And if there's any truth to that story and how it went down, the Miami.
Yeah, Heat are going to be in trouble.
Oh,
wait, I'm sorry, I missed this.
Allegedly, part of the story is the McGregor's security and Heat security separated the girl from her friends and forced her into the bathroom.
Oh, that okay, got you. Wow,
that seems unbelievable. Not like unbelievable. I can't believe that. That's crazy.
It really does feel like you eat all the time. Just you're like what was that movie? You're like Brad Pitt's character in the Ocean's movies.
You know, I've never seen those. I've like seen them like bits and pieces.
I don't know why, but the bit is he's always eating in the movies. I don't remember what
that's the only place I really eat.
Okay, just real quick, and I'll drop this. Are you on? You watch All American?
yeah, ish. I'm still on the second season.
Oh, okay. Does anybody watch All American? Because I don't watch it live, and if like it takes place right in the middle of the basketball season. So I'm watching episode 5 or season 5. I just got to episode 11.
Damn.
So if y'all know what that is, I was fucking pissed last night.
Oh my God.
I was fuming. I was like, what the hell is this? I have never left the show and gone to bed angry before.
Oh my goodness.
That was last night. I went to bed angry last night because of that show.
Jesus. I like All American too.
Are you caught up, Michigan? Have you watched it all the way through? Unbelievable.
Did you watch All of Bel Air?
Yeah.
I haven't seen that either. Second season.
Why are the Nuggets spending so much time talking about the Lakers at their parade?
Yeah, I thought that was kind of weird.
Really weird.
Like, they need to. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Like, just y'all won a championship. Relax. RP, what the hell are you talking about, bro? Shut up. I just told Kenny in the chatty house, I ain't going to ruin it for nobody. I just got to episode 11 of season 5 of All American. And it's not live. I'm watching it on Netflix. It airs in the middle of the basketball season, and I've never watched All American. I always just watch it when it's all done.
Good show.
It's a great show.
Yeah.
I'm pretty pissed off though. After I just, it wasn't in my news cycle when this aired live in
I don't think it's ever in anybody's news
March
cycle.
or whatever it was. Well, given
I think everybody watches it on Netflix.
given our circle, given what we follow and what it probably was there and I just missed it. But that's the first time a show ever pissed me off. Like, angered me full on, like just went to bed emotional and mad.
Damn, now I kind of want to know. I want to know.
I don't think you do. Well, you said you're only on season 2. Like, so you don't have, even though you're only on season 2, you don't have the same investment. But I don't know that you're ever going to make it to season 5.
I'll tell
you
you
haven't
like
even made it
this.
to episode 5 of The Office.
It's
true.
On that soon. I'll work on it.
Okay.
I'll work on it.
All right. Well,
I really enjoy All American. It's a really good show. If All American was spoiled for me, I'd be okay. I'd be okay. It's okay. Don't do that with Snowfall though.
Oh,
I'm working through Snowfall. Every episode, Franklin should probably die, and he doesn't. And I'm okay with it. I'm just saying, am I lying, Jesse? In the first season, every episode, he probably should die.
I don't remember it like that.
It's like 3 instances.
It's Franklin Saint, man. You can't kill him.
Can't. Well, you can't.
So are we gonna? Are you gonna tell me?
Yeah, they killed Coach Billy Baker.
Oh.
They killed Tay Diggs' character. And the worst part was I knew we were in episode 11. I knew it was I knew there were 20 episodes.
Oh, jeez.
And as this episode is playing out, I say out loud, something awful is about to happen. This arc doesn't make sense. Something terrible is about to happen. I Kamara this thing. I called it. I was like, something bad's about to happen. Tire goes out on the bus, right? In the bus coming back from it crashes.
Yeah.
And then they come back and everybody's okay. It's like they're continuing to tie up this storyline. And I'm like, nope, And all of a sudden, coach goes, hey, I can't remember who it was. Jamal. Where's Jamal? And they're looking around and the bus moves and it's about to fall off a cliff. And then it goes to a different scene. I'm like, oh, they can't. They did.
So how did he die?
Well,
he was looking for Jamal.
They leave it. I haven't gotten to the next episode because I went to bed pissed off.
Well, there's still hope then.
No, he's dead. They make that clear at the end. He's gone. They make it clear at the end he's gone. So immediately, of course, I grab my phone and they're, Tay Diggs All-American, and Tay Diggs tells us that he left All-American and why he left and how he thought the story that they built to his absence is beautiful.
Why'd he leave? Was it like bitterness? Or
no. Like Tay Diggs is a massive star.
Yes.
They even the showrunner was like, we knew we wouldn't have him the whole time.
Huh.
Like we
he
knew,
seems a little bigger than a CW show.
Way bigger. I knew when they brought Morris Chestnut in, I was like, wait a minute.
See, I hadn't got there yet.
Wait a minute. He was just in this season.
Oh,
I was like, all right, if Sanaa Lathan shows up, I'm out.
Huh.
But no, is
Tay Diggs still dating April, Omarion's baby mom?
Run that back.
Is Tay Diggs still dating April, Omarion's baby mother?
I don't know. I know Bill Murray's dating Khalees, and I don't know how we missed that one on Monday. And then Khalees, just to remind everybody who she is, posts a picture out in the middle of the ocean. You ain't see that?
I have not.
You might want to look that up right now.
Okay.
You might
You
want.
seen
might
Erykah
want-
Badu lately?
I haven't.
Jesse, you see Erykah Badu?
All right, let's get
Erykah
back to
Badu
work.
looking like SZA.
Oh, look. Bleacher Report says Sacramento and Washington have had talks. Bleacher Report says Sacramento and Washington have had talks, but there is no clear pathway currently on Bradley Beal, with credit going to Shams Charania.
No, come on, man. Come on, Bleacher Report. Show some respect.
Bleacher Report, you can go to hell. Straight to hell.
Straight to hell.
It's all right. It's all love, baby. Chatty House knows what's up. Everybody who's here knows what's up. And that's the discussion of the day. It's not just Bradley Beal. That's a far-fetched thought. What Shams and Sam Amick haven't tweeted yet, because maybe they don't know, the Sacramento Kings are making a play for OG Anunoby. And that, I think, is a far more realistic trade scenario than the Bradley Beal one.
I agree with you.
The story in the Bradley Beal trade isn't necessarily that the Kings are going after Bradley Beal. It's that Bradley Beal has a no trade clause and he's willing to waive his no trade clause for Sacramento. That's the story.
It shows you what people in the league, the players, look at Sacramento. You do this 12 months ago, Bradley Beal probably say hell no. But now it's
Bradley
like,
Beal would say hell no.
They're like, oh, I see what they got. I see what they got cooking.
Bradley Beal might say, who are the Kings?
Right.
But
I mean, you put that on the heels of also Dwight Howard. I know he's desperate to get back in the league, but like kind of out of nowhere, it's like I'd love to join the Kings.
Yeah, yes and no. He was talking to Mark Haynes, who's based in Sacramento, like Mark Haynes of the Sacramento Observer. Like I think that was the reason he brought up Sacramento. It's not like he was talking to the Pat Bev podcast or the Draymond Green show.
There's a lot that goes on both of those.
Well, there sure is. And God bless Karl Anthony Towns. He's had a rough 24 hours since that podcast. But it's not like Sacramento came out of nowhere. Like he was talking to someone associated from Sacramento. And I think that's how that comment, not that I'm against it. We were talking about it last year. We would have loved Dwight Howard to be the backup center in Sacramento. But the story is Bradley Beal is willing to waive his no trade clause to play for the Sacramento Kings. Again, whether there have been talks about a trade, I don't know. I know there have been talks about the Kings acquiring OG Anunoby. I know the Kings are attempting to acquire OG Anunoby. That, I think, is a far more realistic scenario than one involving Washington, Bradley Beal, and the $200 million that comes back with him.
Yeah, I would, for what it would cost, I would prefer the OG deal. And to your point, it's a little bit more of a seamless fit. I agree with you on that. You just plug OG into that small forward spot. You keep Keegan at the 4. OG would be able to help with defending some 4s and rebounding and things of that nature. So I think it'd be just real seamless. You wouldn't have to give up as much, and it kind of fits.
I literally think it's a fraction. Like it's significantly less.
According to what we said for
Brad. Oh yeah.
It's
I guess
half.
it is.
You keep Kevin and Keegan.
Yep.
And Rashawn and Davion go, and you probably give up a pick as well.
Yeah.
Pick or 2. I don't know if I wouldn't.
I think it's 1.
Yeah, I think it's 1.
Yeah, I think it's 1. And I don't remember if you asked this about Brad or OG. I don't think it's 24.
I had about OG. You said so. You're saying
it's not to me. It's not a deal breaker. I'd push for it not to be this year. I'd push for it to be however I can work things out with Atlanta and make that right. I'd push for it to be then, but I would fight to keep the pick in 7 days.
Yeah,
I don't think I'd fight that hard, but I'd fight. I'd like I maintain and improve. I think there's some improvement with OG Anunoby, but you don't want to throw it all on his shoulders. Right. And in that situation, we go with your scenario of Rashawn and Davion. You have Keegan, now you have OG. Harrison's gone. That's, I mean, unless someone can work out a scenario where that's not true, I can't make the math.
Right.
Like Harrison is gone in that situation. I feel like you need the number 24.
So
You've also lost De'Aaron's backup.
Yes.
So-
So here's the thing about 24, especially in this draft, with some of the things that we've seen and heard and read leading up to this draft. There is a scenario where 24 may be no different than what you get at 37. You know what I mean? So it's not
Sure.
like you got the 15th pick and then your next pick is 34. It's like, oh man, I'm falling in class as far as who I'd be able to pick. I feel you can make the argument that who you pick at 24 is going to be in the same level in the same class of who you pick at 38. I think they have the pick. I think that's 14 picks later. Because if we've seen guys from 19 to 55,
Yeah.
all over the place, like
yeah.
you could move on from 24 and still get your backup point guard or somebody like that, the same caliber of guy that you would get at 24. Possibly. I'm just making an argument. I don't know if that's actually, what it would look like, but I could make the argument you're getting the same caliber guy at 38 because you're at 24.
Maybe it would depend on, you're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRX, QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and youtube.com/ESPN 1320 as well. Maybe it would depend on Monty and Wes and that front office's examination of this draft. How do they feel? Like on a scale, I don't mean to use this analogy as much as I do, but on a scale from, 1 to 10, how do you rate the player you like at 24 versus the player you like at 30? Would you say 36, 37,
38?
38?
I think it's 38.
Like, how do you comp those two? How do you rank those two? How do you, how do you think the guy that you like, or maybe, and you can't even do, because it is, as you laid out a second ago, you can't even do the guy you like at 24. It has to be like the 8 guys that you like at 24, given that we've seen different players' names all over the board here. What's the group of players that you like at 24 and how you think they can impact the team versus the group of players at 38 and how you think they can impact the team? And maybe that, if we're getting into a trade discussion with the Toronto Raptors, maybe that becomes a factor.
Yeah.
And if you really like your group of players at 24, you have to fight hard to keep that pick. You got to work with Atlanta. James can explain better than I can how that might work, but you got to work with Atlanta to remove pick protections and just trade your next allowable pick. And maybe if you're Toronto, you don't look at it as the worst thing as getting a pick later on in Sacramento, because Sacramento, is anyone looking at them as a long-term dynasty? Are they looking at this team as being long-term successful? There are plenty of people probably within the league who think, this thing's going to fall apart at some point. They might think the Kings played over their head last year.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot that says that's not true, and we could talk about that. But maybe it wouldn't be the worst thing. And I don't know the years. I can't remember. But maybe Toronto would take a 2028, I guess.
3, 4, 5. I think that would be.
I don't know.
Maybe it's 6.
I don't know.
Maybe
I
it's
can't
2026.
remember. I don't remember how long the protections are there.
The protections
They're there. There's nothing this year, so it doesn't even start till next year.
Right. So I think
You just got to
it'll
remove the
be-
protections. That's
You
what it
got to
comes
remove the
down to.
protections. That doesn't help you trying to make moves. But I honestly believe the protections will be off immediately. I think it's like top 12 protected next year. The Kings should be drafting later than the 12th spot next year. This whole, all of this with OG, Bradley Beal, it tells us, like you mentioned, Monty McNair, they're ready to get aggressive and make some moves.
Yep.
They see the opportunity. There's a lot of people, we talked to a lot of people during that Warrior series, you've seen it tweeted out or people writing about it or whatever, who look at the Kings where you just said some people look at the Kings like, oh, this will, the fairy tale end at some point. I think there are people who like that, who think like that. But there are people who look at it, and I've seen this a number of times, and it's been told to the both of us, they're a wing away from it being spooky hours in Sacramento. They're a wing away. And I think Monty feels that way. I think that front office feels that way. If they can get some action on the wing, OG, Brad is different type of wing than maybe they're looking for, but still that impact type of player. They got an opportunity. They got an opportunity right now to get to the NBA Finals next year.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. There's no right now. Things could change a week from today. Things could change 2 weeks from tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
But right now, this team is in a great position. And I can't imagine. I mean, there's deals out there to be made. There are guys, there's obviously the James Harden stuff. There's the Kyrie Irving stuff. I believe there's going to be some interesting dialogue involving Tyler Hero. The thing I can't get over with the Bradley Beal stuff that came out yesterday is, why did it get out? Like, why was that put out there? And I don't know. I think there's a lot of possibility that Bradley Beal is traded.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know that you would put that out there. Oh, they're working together in case the Wizards go in this direction.
Right.
Well, it could have been Bradley, and what good agencies do. It could have been Bradley Beal's agent, who was like, yeah, we're working with Washington. If they decide to go in a certain direction, we're going to work together on a trade destination.
Right.
The caveat, the whole non-story part to this is they don't have a choice. They being the Washington Wizards, they literally do not have a choice because Brad is the lone player in the league with a no trade clause. The story we brought to you today was that Bradley Beal would waive his no trade clause for Sacramento. I'm sure he would waive it for Portland. I'm very confident he'd waive it for Miami, but Miami's coming off the heels of I'm not positive he'd waive it for Portland, but I guess it would depend on what that deal looked like. I think he would do it for Miami, but the story we had today is that he would do it for Sacramento.
So you understand these things and you've experienced these things more than I have. But to answer your question, I feel like these things are coming from Brad's camp, and Brad is ready to move. The one reason why I say that is because of what we heard today. This is 2 straight days of Bradley Beal trade talk. Washington wouldn't put out what we put out today.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
That's the agency, that's Brad's camp, and that's Brad essentially.
He's creating conversations.
I think he's ready. I think that's a sign to me that he's ready to move on.
And what's that do? It gets Miami, Sacramento, Portland, New York to call Miami, or excuse me, call Washington to get a conversation started and get trade offers flowing in to where Michael Winger and that staff can go to Bradley Beal and his agent and say, hey, we've got this deal from Miami that we got this deal from Sacramento we really like. How do you feel about this? Let's get Kamara in here, 916-909-1320. Kamara, what's happening, baby?
What's going on? It's a long time no speak, guys.
I know, man. Where you been at, man? You probably went to go see
all
Beyonce.
over the world.
Yeah, he went to go. I just remember Beyonce was in. She was in Paris. That's where he was at. My bad.
Now, first of all, concerts in like a few weeks, but I have actually called you guys, but you guys don't take my calls because
Oh, that doesn't sound.
Are you out of your mind?
That damn Jesse. That damn Jesse.
Jesse's gatekeeping over his. He's gatekeeping.
Gatekeeping.
One time I actually called to talk boxing with Kenny. But y'all
I'm always down for that. 13th round, actually.
Yeah, we can talk about that in a couple of weeks. So that's the big fight coming up.
Yeah.
I do want to talk about the matter at hand, though. Number one, I was going to say, and you guys already called it, clearly a story generated out of an agent story, because you look at the GM who was just hired for Washington. He came from OKC, Will Dawkins, and OKC is known for the way they don't. That camp is known for the way they don't release information. And the same thing with Monty McNair. You don't hear about what Monty's going to do until Monty does it. So you have these two type of personnel, or the personalities rather, in the GM's front office who are not used to releasing information. So clearly, this is just a story that's designed to generate interest. Number two, it doesn't fit with the long-range timeline of the Kings, because financially, you're looking at a $57 million contract at one point, or $57 million a year contract. And, you think about Sabonis is, he's going to be super max. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Third, and I'll take this, or you guys can give me your feedback. I know you guys say we're a wing away, and OG has been the popular opinion. I'm asking actually a Pascal Siakam person. I think he can provide a better dynamic on our team. We need a defensive long presence at the 4 spot. He kind of could be like that Aaron Gordon, playmaker that we're looking for. And Damian, privately, you know how I feel about Denver, and how I've always thought that Denver was a team that the Kings should pattern themselves after as far as dynamic. And I'm so happy they won a title because of Mike Malone and all that other stuff. But, what are your guys' thoughts about that?
Yeah, I like Pascal Siakam too. He's one of the reasons him, OG, I mean, the Fred VanVleet situation has already kind of played itself out. Yeah. It's why that Toronto team is so intriguing. They have a squad, like they have good players. It didn't work.
All right.
Your guess is as good as mine as to why it didn't. I think you've called their roster redundant before, and maybe that's accurate. But I like Siakam. I probably more expensive of an acquisition, than OG would. He's 37 this year. He's an unrestricted free agent next year. He's 29 years old. I don't know. I don't have the same love for Siakam that Kamara has, but don't hate it.
No, and the one thing, like I talked about the other day, is you got to be able to shoot the basketball. And I don't know if OG falls into that. He's an adequate 3-point shooter. He's not lights out, but he's an adequate 3-point shooter. And Siakam isn't bad either, but you talk about bringing him over with Sabonis in the style of play. Is Siakam that type of guy that can space the floor? I don't know if he can to that degree. He can hit some threes for you, but I don't know if he's a floor spacer like that. So that's something that would be a concern with Pascal, but that'll probably be the only thing. I like his game a lot. I love what he brings to the table for any team that he's on. But that also would be you as the Sacramento Kings saying for sure, we think, scratch that.
Mm-hmm.
We know
Yep.
Keegan Murray is a 3.
Yep.
And I don't know if you know that right now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you think but you don't know. All right. So that anybody that you bring in at the 4, that's the declaration that you're making as an organization that we're willing to move forward with Keegan Murray as our small forward.
And that's a pretty strong declaration 1 year in.
Mm-hmm.
They obviously tried it. Like we saw Keegan at the 3 at times, particularly earlier in the season.
And he got better. As the season went along, in my opinion, he got better there. But I still don't know.
Yeah, in both of those scenarios, though, there's no return of Harrison Barnes.
Right.
Whether it be Siakam or OG Anunoby.
Mm-hmm.
We'll continue this conversation. We can look around at the rest of the league. Weigh in, too. I know a lot of you are in the chatty house. If you want to get in on the phone lines, man, please do. 916-909-9227. 1320. We'll put a poll question up at youtube.com/ESPN1320 as well. Excited. Our man Chris Biederman of the Sacramento Bee is going to join us in about 30 minutes. We'll get his thoughts on this. We'll also talk to him about what he wrote yesterday about Sacramento having another sports franchise and what he learned in his reporting about that, about how realistic it is. And then, of course, Matt George, the final hour of the show. So lots of Kings talk ahead here as D'Lo and Casey continue. D'Lo and Casey brought to you by Sky River Casino continues here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
You know what? I'm going to see if they have another one of them sandwiches. Jesse, you have one of them sandwiches? Pretty good. Pretty damn good. Phillies Diamondbacks. Phillies up 2-0. Anybody wondering about that?
Man, seriously. Well, yeah, there's, well, we know why. We know why. It's all right, though. It sure is, man. It sure is. Oh, Will Z. I see you, Will Z.
Is trading for Beal shorten this team's window?
Shorten it.
I guess compared to like an OG or even just sticking with Harrison and Keegan.
Yeah, it might, because it depletes it a little bit. That's a good question, worth bringing up on the air.
Hey. Y'all tripping on Bradley Beal, bro. Beal overrated. Ice always saying something wild, though. Yeah, no more cookies, though. Damn. It was supposed to be about shoes, but I think I might have to make that move. That goes down. That's big time. Boxing is lit if that goes down.
Chris Biederman set to join us coming up in about 30 minutes. Phone lines open for you, 916-909-1320. Jesse just asked a good question during the commercial break. You didn't even hear this, KC. Would trading for Bradley Beal, and do want to repeat this for those that are just tuning in, we heard Bradley Beal would waive his no-trade clause for Sacramento.
We heard it first.
Indeed, but what we didn't hear was that the Sacramento Kings have engaged in any trade conversations with the Washington Wizards. We do know that the Sacramento Kings are aggressively pursuing OG Anunoby. We know that. But with Brad, I thought this was a great question from Jesse. He asked, would trading for Bradley Beal shorten the window that seems to have opened up for the Sacramento Kings?
No.
Really?
No.
My instinct was to say yes. Now, maybe the window opens a little bit wider,
Mhm.
but I feel like it closes faster. I think for multiple reasons. I'll explain why. You lose more assets.
Mhm.
You lose future draft picks, and with losing, I'm sorry to use the word assets. When losing players, now you lose the ability to trade them later,
Mm.
and if you get to a point in 3 years where maybe this thing didn't go exactly the way you thought, maybe Brad isn't, at his best or whatever, and you have to move on from Brad, the return is not there. And so I feel like you can't build out the same way that you could if you, for example, just using it as an example, acquired for someone like OG Anunoby, who we believe the return, the cost of that trade would be significantly less.
It would. I'll say this though, and it's not on the same level, obviously, as Bradley Beal, but you bring in OG, you're gonna have to pay him. So you're paying him.
Yep.
And you're paying Sabonis, you're paying Fox. Keegan's about to be on the books, if you're able to keep him. And I guess when you talk about movable pieces, Kevin Huerter would be the one movable piece. I mean, I don't know how this thing plays out. I have an idea of how it plays out, but I don't know. You have to play Malik Monk next year. Like, I don't know what that's going to look like, what you can offer, what he's going to be asking, what you have to, like, you're going to have to make that move. So if you have Brad Beal, you're paying more, but you still got to pay Keegan. I'm assuming if you make the Brad Beal deal, Keegan's not in it. I wouldn't do it with Keegan in the deal. So let's just say you still got to pay him.
The
Brad Beal. If Keegan had to be in the Brad Beal deal, I wouldn't do it.
Okay.
So if I did the Bradley Beal deal,
right,
I was able to finagle a way to keep Keegan out of it.
Man,
I don't know how you
that's
do
some good
that.
finagling.
Yeah, I don't know how you do that.
Google that word. Make sure I didn't use it inappropriately, but it's a good job.
Yeah,
because that feels like the whole conversation starts there to me.
Yeah, I understand. I agree with you.
It's Tyrese all over again.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I don't know if I can do that for a 30-year-old Bradley Beal. I can't do that. But I mean, what you're able to do, like you've got three all-stars, not borderline, not sometimes 3 all-stars. You got 3 guys that can win you a game at any time, that can carry you at any time. You got 3 studs. And while Bradley is 30 years old, he's not 38. He's 30. Like, I think as long as him, Fox, and Sabonis are together, you should have an opportunity. Once again, I'm assuming it all goes right. Like, Bradley Beal is still good, and no, he doesn't get hurt. Everything works out. But we're doing that with everybody, right? We're assuming OG doesn't get hurt and, is playing and is good. So I just think Bradley Beal's a better player, a more dynamic player. And that's why I would say it doesn't shorten your window at all.
Okay. I agree with the last part of what you said, that he is more dynamic. He's obviously an incredible scorer. But I think for me, the whole hang up in this thing is I don't think Washington does the deal if Keegan's not involved. And that's just where because in your scenario, I'll ride with you in your scenario. I think you're right. It doesn't shorten the window a little bit. In what I think is the realistic scenario, it does.
The other thing that you have to worry about, say you can't hold on to Keegan, you have to move on from him. Now you've got even more holes to fill in that situation. You got to find a small forward and a power forward.
Yeah.
And then if, say, Trey Lyles is the power, now you got to find somebody to fill Trey Lyles' spot. And it brings a lot of excess issues to that roster.
I think a more realistic scenario to watch with Bradley Beal. I think the most fun part about this story is just someone would waive their no trade clause to play in Sacramento.
Yeah,
Like,
that's big news in itself for us. You know what I mean? Like that's big news in itself.
Because for me, like when I look at potential trades for Bradley Beal, the one that might make the most sense, I guess this depends on how Washington feels, but a team that has the ability to make some moves this year is Tyler Hero. Tyler Hero in Miami. There's you're getting a quality player back. You could get some draft picks back from Miami. You could probably get a few other players back from Miami in that regard. And then, Bradley Beal and Heat culture. You got Jimmy Butler there, who I think is due for an extension. By the way, I think Bradley Beal. I'm sorry. I think Jimmy Butler is due for an extension. I could be wrong on that. I felt like I stumbled across that this morning because I remember thinking, that's news to me.
Here's one of the questions I asked. It's not the complete X factor and determining factor because I hear everybody in the chat. I hear you guys, Jay Scott, saying Keegan should be off limits. I don't want Uncle Keeks to go anywhere.
Yeah, well, who's going to watch Rain?
Who's going to watch the babies? Who's going to watch the babies?
I don't know.
What was that?
Nobody think about the kids.
What was that? The Simpsons when they said, "For God's sake, will somebody think about the kids?"
I'm not familiar. I haven't watched The Simpsons in like 30 years. So
who's going to watch the kids? Here's one thing I will say, though. Once again, maybe just playing devil's advocate. I understand that. Sometimes in these trades, you ask yourself when you say Keegan should be off limits, all this other stuff, do you think Keegan Murray will ever be as good as Bradley Beal?
No.
I mean, I'm not saying that's the end of the discussion and all right, do the deal. But I mean,
is it far? I don't think it's far.
And I also hate doing that. I hate putting ceilings on players. Yeah. So, I try not to get into that. I'm just doing it for argument's sake. But, if you had a chance to draft Bradley Beal, the thought would be like, well, damn it. And you say no. Keegan, I kind of hope he gets to that level for me to pass up on that. 3-time All-Star.
But
right?
it's not, but that's not fair. It's not fair because it's not Keegan for Brad.
Right.
It's Keegan and a lot more for Brad Miller.
Right.
Or Brad Miller. Brad Miller. That's a heavy cost for Brad Miller. Bradley Beal. Good Lord. And I don't know why I made up that thing about Jimmy Butler. Jimmy's good.
He's not extension.
Well, it says he's extension eligible. Maximum starting salary $55 million. He's under contract for 3 more years. Oh, maybe he could sign that 2-year deal that I think Russ did it. Harden might have done it. It doesn't matter. The point is they have assets and money that they can work with in Miami to acquire Bradley Beal.
There's people in the chat, and look, I hope that it's true. There's people in the chat that say yes, Keegan Murray can be better than Bradley.
Maybe he can. Well,
Bradley Beal. I know people say, Casey, you only get caught up on scoring. Bradley Beal averaged 31 points a night.
I understand, Brad. I understand.
Damn, he's a 3-time All-Star. I pray Keegan is equal to Bradley Beal, let alone, you guys hear the question. I said, be better than Bradley Beal. I pray he's equal. I pray he's 80% of what Bradley Beal is.
Okay. I like Bradley Beal. Why are you talking to me like I don't like Bradley Beal? I've got a follow-up question. I think we got Stanley on the line though. We don't want to keep Stanley waiting too long. 916-909-1320. What's up, Stanley?
Yes. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
What's up, man?
I mean, I noticed this may break a lot of people's hearts out there, but I'm there. I've thought about this. Why don't we trade De'Aaron Fox for Trey Young?
No, thank you.
No, I'm cool with that.
He's more dynamic.
I don't know about that though.
Why do you think that, Stanley? I know that's your guy. And I
like Trey Young too. Remember, I was telling you how I was feeling bad for him in the playoffs, and I was rooting for him in the playoffs. I like Trey Young. Why do you think that, Stanley?
No, because see, I think I do. I think he's a younger Steph Curry. He has that kind of range, and I mean, if he was surrounded by the cast that we currently have in Sacramento, I think Sacramento could be better. That's the bottom line.
Okay, I'll give you this, Stanley, and you know we appreciate you as always. And I'll take your Steph Curry comp because Stanley said he's got Steph Curry range. I'll take that.
Mm-hmm.
What he doesn't have is Steph Curry's disposition.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is a very underrated component to what made Steph Curry great and what made the Golden State Warriors great. If Trey is, and I think Trey, when he came out, was kind of dubbed the first player of the Steph Curry generation. Let's take Steph off of the Warriors and put Trey on it.
Right.
Do we think it goes exactly the same?
I don't think so.
Because they could both shoot threes and they could both shoot at a high level.
Right.
Now, understandably, Steph has proven he's the greatest shooter we've ever seen in history. But part of the reason the Draymond Green stuff has worked and continues to work, part of the reason the Kevin Durant acquisition worked was because Steph allowed it to. There's nothing about Trae Young's personality that leads me to believe he would allow that type of stuff to work.
Right.
De'Aaron is a willing passer. He is a willing facilitator. I don't feel like Trae Young is. He's an incredible scorer, a lot like Brad was those 2 years. Brad's still a really good scorer, but you mentioned the 30 points per game those 2 years. An upper echelon scorer, but still, in terms of Trae, the disposition is something like, it's a pass for me, dog.
Yeah. No, I
feel like the chat and Bradley Beal when Trae Young comes up. I'm good. And like, there's no chance I'm even considering moving on from De'Aaron.
Nah, Fox is
that dude.
Yeah, he's untouchable here right now. Right now, today, he's the franchise. He's the straw that stirs the drink. You're not moving on from Fox for damn near anybody. Damn near. And not for Trae Young. And once again, I like Trae Young. I do. I saw a lot of the criticism and the way people were talking about him going into the playoffs and during the playoffs. And I thought people were going overboard. I think he's still a really good ball player. I like his game. But I wouldn't move on from De'Aaron Fox for Trae Young. I really wouldn't even think twice. At one point, I was trying to get them to play together. Boss.
It's like dealing with a sophomore class.
And then that's what our guy, I forgot who it was, said, Frank Mason. And that same tweet.
Who said, mark my words? Was it the mark my words tweet?
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite tweets of all time. Was it Frank and Buddy?
Frank and Buddy, yeah. That was the
Frank Mason and Buddy Hield, the backcourt of the future. Mark my words. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, we ain't trained De'Aaron Fox.
I love
Not
that
even
we
engaging in trade discussions.
I love we found that tweet, got everybody to interact with it, and my man was like, "What the hell is going on? How is this tweet getting so much traction 4 years after I tweeted it?" Dr. David can find anything.
Dr. David can
Dr.
find
David
anything.
can find anything. It's certainly fun discussion, man. I think one of the most exciting things. We should also point this out. It's cool that Brad would waive his no trade clause to come to Sacramento. That doesn't mean he's coming to Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
It's awesome that Sacramento is going after OG Anunoby right now.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't mean he's coming to Sacramento.
Nope.
Toronto has a say in this.
Yep, absolutely.
The thing that I take the most positive thing I could take out of the OG Anunoby stuff, though, is the fact that you and we heard this like 3 months ago, or maybe 2 months ago. But the fact that it's like we're at this point now, approaching the draft, approaching free agency, where it feels like the conversation is really picked up. That to me shows Monty McNair about that action, boss.
Yeah,
he's
100%.
He is seeking what he talked about in that postseason press conference, and he is seeking to make the Sacramento Kings. Sacramento Kings were a fun story, and we speculated on this all year long, especially when it was very obvious the Sacramento Kings are good.
Mm-hmm.
Even after everybody was going to turn up after the All-Star break, except Sacramento, we speculated, how do they feel? Like it's a it's a story everybody in the league, a lot of people who cover the league, they bought into, especially for the regular season. You want to find something during this long regular season to latch on to. And it feels like a lot of people latched on to it. The Beam and De'Aaron and Domas and a couple of all-stars, Keegan Murray, Mike Brown, that whole deal. And we always wondered, like, how do the Kings feel? Because we never believed the Kings are just going in there thinking, hey, let's just get to the playoffs. Let's end this drought. And I believe that, you know, ending the playoff drought was a weight off their shoulders, but nothing more. They were like every other normal basketball team last year. They had goals of winning a championship. They didn't. It's clear they have very real goals of winning a championship this year. And Monty said in his postseason press conference, he's going to take steps to continue to make this team better. And sometimes you'd put that meme up where it's the kid with the stick and it's poking something and do something. And you'd wonder if this front office was ever doing anything. Well, again, whether Bradley Beal winds up a Sacramento King or not, I think the answer is not. But whether he does or not, Sacramento Kings are active. Whether OG Anunoby winds up in a Sacramento Kings uniform or not, the Sacramento Kings are active right now, heading into the NBA draft, heading into free agency in 2 weeks. They are actively trying to make this team better.
And I love the activity, but I also, love that people are interested in Whitling. They could have been active. They wanted to be going into the last offseason or last year. People hang up on them. Like, no, I don't have no interest in that. But now, after showing the success that they can have, and then showing what they are on the biggest stage, on that playoff platform, ABC Sunday, ABC Saturday 2 times, or ABC Sunday 2 times, ABC Saturday once. The whole league, like I talked about, the whole league, and players are saying the same thing. Yo, Sacramento, hell, Bradley Beal might look at him like, they're a player away. I'm that player. The Kings are a player away. That player is me. He's not the only one thing. I think Kyle Kuzma had tweeted something out during the playoffs like, yo, Sac is real. Like, they the real deal. The league is taking notice. And that's just going to make these kind of conversations that much easier for Monty McNair.
I feel like I asked the same questions over and over again. Kuzma's an option. Does he have to opt out? Yeah. Next week will be fun. The week after is going to be a lot more fun.
The next 2-3 weeks about to turn.
We got the California Classic.
Yeah.
Summer League. Yeah, it's gonna be a fun next month or so.
Did you see that report that I think we talked about it, we speculated on it, but there's a real possibility Wembanyama doesn't play at all in the summer?
Yeah, I heard that a while ago. That they didn't think he was going to play. This was before the lottery. That they didn't think he was going to play. That's why when James broke the story about the Spurs and the Hornets, I was like, that's great. Like, Scoot or Brandon Miller, I don't think it's Wembanyama. I just heard this morning for the very first time that Wembanyama will definitively be at the draft. Because there was concern that he wouldn't be.
Windhorst was on SportsCenter this morning. He was talking about how if Wemby does play in Summer League, it'll probably be in Vegas. But he thinks there's a good chance he's there in Vegas, though.
Like there in
Vegas? He was basically saying, like, if you can get a ticket to Vegas, like Summer League for the Spurs or whatever, get a ticket. That's basically how he said it.
Now, why would he say that?
That's just his shtick now.
He probably went interviewed Wembanyama awkwardly again.
Oh,
what was
man.
he doing? Like,
leading in. Just that was the oddest.
They had him sitting crisscross applesauce on the floor trying to interview him.
He's like turned like this weird direction, like he's leaning over a coffee table. How's it feel to be interviewed the man for like 39 seconds and then put the mic down? Vic, you got to give me something, dude. I flew across the country to see you. Like, can you give me anything else? Jonathan Givony was on ESPN Daily this morning,
Mhm.
and or this morning's episode of ESPN Daily. He said like this kid is like the picture of health.
Mm.
The Spurs and their team doctors and officials, they flew to France and gave him this, thorough physical and examination. And they're like, this kid is primed.
Mm.
And I guess that happens when you're trained since the age of 11 to be to be what you're about to become.
Yeah.
By Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, by the way.
Kareem.
Are arguably top 3, no lower than top 5 greatest players of all time.
I heard an interesting discussion on the way in about the most underrated players in NBA history.
Is Kareem at like near the top of that list?
He is to a certain degree, but
wholeheartedly
agree.
He
is, but he doesn't really fit the category, because I think anybody that most people that know about basketball, even though they won't say Kareem is one, they'll have him in the top 5.
But that's and I get, but when you talk about underrated, the greatest player of all time conversation really should probably be a 3-person conversation.
Yeah.
It should be Kareem, Jordan, and LeBron. And I don't think people do that.
I think they have him. I think they have him 3.
No, I do.
Or like
no,
in the top
but
3.
I think there can be an honest discussion that he's the greatest player that ever lived.
For sure. But it was Simmons and Russillo. They were talking about it.
I figured I know.
I'm trying to get caught up. I'm trying to get to the Doc interview. Trying to get caught up. But they were talking about like Hakeem is probably on Simmons. So like the 3 was Hakeem, Moses Malone, and I forgot the other one. Somebody probably heard it and say who it is.
Sure.
But it was a go. Oh, Isaiah Thomas.
I can see that.
Isaiah Thomas.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
I guess
Thomas. Don't do that.
I guess I can see that. I can certainly see it in Moses Malone.
Yeah.
But
like they talk about like
Olajuwon
Hakeem
too. Yeah.
Hakeem is probably, they say like he's like a top 12 player.
His titles
and
aren't
you never
even
think about arguing to be with him in the top 10.
His titles aren't even recognized. He also he's in an era of just like there were so many great centers. You had Patrick Ewing, like there was so many.
And he beat all their ass.
He did. Yeah.
And like, so for instance, I think it's somebody like Kevin Durant. Like I got Kevin Durant in my top 10 all time. Like you can make the argument Hakeem should probably take that spot.
Mm-hmm.
But I never even thought twice about Hakeem being in the top 10.
Does he have like a Tim Duncan vibe? He kind of low key.
A little bit. Yeah.
I mean, I think if you have a move named after you,
the dream shake.
Like if you have an unstoppable move like Kareem or Hakeem, you should probably be in that conversation.
Yeah, the dream shake. About the California Classic. That's what I thought about the other day. It looks like we're gonna miss Wembanyama. Like he's not gonna play here. You might miss the number 2 pick.
Really?
After those reports.
Oh.
You might not get any.
That's all right. We don't care.
We don't care. We're just glad that it's back.
We'll be in
where it should be.
Yeah, we'll show San Francisco and the NBA how you do.
Yeah. Hey,
essentially preseason summer league.
Kings win summer league game. The new and improved beam getting
well, no, because you wouldn't be able to light it till like 10:45.
Well, I think that's what the people are trying to say though. Like, did you see all that last night? Oh, you didn't see this. The beam was lit last night. And everybody was like, it's so much brighter and it goes taller.
So it was like a test beam.
So the Kings around this time yesterday were like, hey, we're trying something. So don't be alarmed. They didn't say what it was, but they were like, we're trying something. Don't be alarmed. And then last night, everybody was tweeting like, the beam is up, the beam. And they're like, it looks brighter. Like, looks like they're using like even stronger UV lights or whatever.
It's more purpler.
So some people were saying, yeah, they're probably trying to see, they're trying to get stronger light so you can see it in the day process.
I like it. I don't
know how that would work. I don't know if you can get a purple beam light enough to see it in the day. Now, granted, this will be in the evening, so you could probably see it in the evening. But I don't know if you'd be able to see the beam.
Like right now?
Yeah, like I don't think so.
I have a question.
Okay.
Chris Biederman's going to join us in a minute. That's not the question. That was a statement.
Come on, man.
Can we do?
Come on, Alex. Alex says
Alex,
the BBL.
don't do that.
The bigger, brighter light.
Don't do that.
Come on, man. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Can we do more with the beam? Does the beam have? Well, I mean, it's Pride Month. Can we have a rainbow beam?
Yeah,
like, can we have? You know what I want Monday. Can I get a green and red and black beam up in the sky?
So
can the beam form a fist and just look like Tommy Smith and John Carlos coming out of the top of the Golden One
Center? So here's
Center?
the killer. I don't know if I want to do more than with the beam.
Just the victory beam.
The victory.
Okay, I'm fine. I was just asking. Yeah. I'm fine with that.
I'm down with it though.
I don't think you are.
No, I'm down. They wanted to.
No, that's fine.
I just wanted to be about W's.
All right. I was just asking. I'm a broadcast journalist.
I want to bastardize the beam.
Okay, well, that's fine. You don't want to do that. Chris Biederman, he's a broadcast journalist as well. A really good one, as a matter of fact. And he joins us when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I did. It's awesome to have real people subscribe to your channel.
You guys like coleslaw? I had one of the sandwiches with coleslaw on it. It wasn't bad.
I'm not a big fan. I don't hate it. I'm just not a big fan.
Yeah, it's not like the tastiest thing, but I don't think it's like the worst thing like other people say.
You guys like spicy food?
Yeah, not too crazy. It can't be too spicy where I can't enjoy it.
I went to this Mexican spot last night. All the sauces were hot. And I've started to build up a tolerance, like ever since I've been with Jazz. Like I used to like not like anything hot, but she's put it into the food, into her cooking, and I can handle it now. I couldn't really enjoy none of those sauces.
Yeah. Red sauce is like for your chips. Green sauce is like for the tacos. Green sauce is always fire.
I don't think they had any green. No, they had green sauce. I think the green. Yeah, I had some, and it was still like kind of spicy. I don't know what they do. That's the first time it's ever happened to me at a Mexican restaurant. Like I usually find something that can give me flavor, but not be spicy. I couldn't find it last night. Food was good though. Like it was good food, but I didn't like the spice.
Get off your phone, dumbass. Company's here. Jeez, my bad, Chris. What's up, buddy?
What's up, man? It's all good.
How are you?
I'm doing well, man. How are you guys?
It's great to see you.
Good, man.
Always good to see you. I went to New Orleans one time and got some of that like novelty, touristy, spicy sauce stuff. I didn't think it'd be that hot. You know, I thought it was just like something you buy for like the label and say, oh, I got this hot sauce from New Orleans. It's cool. I ended up putting it on, just trying it, putting on a chip, ruined my whole week.
Oh man.
it was the hottest thing I've ever tasted. It was no fun. So, but I do like spicy food a little bit.
How have you ever watched the those things where the celebrities eat the hot
wings?
Yeah.
Hot ones?
Yeah. One, that's incredible.
No, those are great.
Two, I've always wanted to try it. Like, just like how, like when people talk about, I can't feel my toes. Hold on, Chris. Hold on, we're coming back. We're talking spicy foods with Chris Biederman. I don't know why, but that's just where the conversation took us. As we welcome in our good friend from the Sacramento Bee, our man Chris Biederman. Chris, we missed you, buddy. How are you?
I'm doing well. I miss you guys too. How are you guys?
Good, man.
We're
Good,
bro.
We might go long here, Jesse. There's a lot I want to talk to you about. I didn't expect Bradley Beal and OG Anunoby to be a part of the discussion today.
Here we go.
I will say, do got a couple of 49ers related questions and want to talk a lot about the article that you wrote yesterday. That was really, really good stuff about Sacramento wanting another sports franchise. So we'll get to that. We learned today Bradley Beal would waive his no trade clause to come to Sacramento. We've heard, Chris, that the Kings are aggressively pursuing OG Anunoby of the Toronto Raptors. Either of those players entice you? Does one entice you more than the other? You know, we've gone over trade ideas and trade packages and how each fits with the team. Does either one of those guys stand out to you?
Yeah, probably OG a little bit more, just because I think he gives them the wing defense that maybe they lack. And you know, coming into this offseason, whether it's a draft or free agency, and whatever happens with Harrison Barnes, if he goes, you know, you need athleticism on the wing. And so for me, that's really where I think the team could use an upgrade. And I think Kessler Edwards developing could fill a little bit of that void too. But obviously there would be a pretty substantial drop off if you're replacing Harrison Barnes with Kessler Edwards in the starting lineup. So like, yeah, I think OG makes a little bit more sense to me in terms of where the Kings need to improve. But if you get Bradley Beal in the shot making, he could potentially provide you that could be, you know, pretty beneficial, although you're probably not going to play a whole lot of defense. And then you know, like, is Kevin Huerter then coming off the bench? You know, what's that all look like? Is he part of that trade? I'm guessing maybe Kevin Huerter might be part of that trade. But you know, really the big question for me, if you're the Kings, like, are you putting Keegan Murray in any deal? Because he's ultimately, given that he's on a rookie cost controlled contract, you know, he's the team's most valuable asset outside of De'Aaron Fox and maybe Domantas Sabonis, but like, can you get one of those guys without giving up Keegan? And I would lean towards probably just trying to keep Keegan and keep that core together. But if you can get one of those guys without giving up Keegan, then I think that becomes really appealing. So yeah, in terms of where I think the Kings need to improve, I think OG Anunoby makes a lot of sense. I could understand the interest in Bradley Beal. I just don't know, like, the Kings were already the best offense in the league last year. And I know Bradley Beal is a big name and would seemingly change a lot, but I just don't know that the Kings are a drastically better team with Bradley Beal, because they're still not really going to defend, you know, all that well in the regular season. And they might be a little bit worse defensively in the playoffs. And I am curious what it would cost. I know Bradley Beal's market might not be as hot as it once was, particularly given that contract. So there are definitely a lot of layers to it. And you got to wonder, you know, does Vivek have an appetite to you know, get into the luxury tax, because you're looking at a potentially new contract for Domantas Sabonis this time next year. You're obviously paying De'Aaron Fox the max. So there are a lot of questions about that going forward for sure.
So here's one of the reasons why Bradley Beal and a player like him would interest me, even considering, like you said, Chris, this team was already fantastic on the offensive end. When I looked at particularly Game 5 and Game 7 of that first round series, I said, man, the Warriors kind of figured out what they wanted to do defensively to take the Kings offense out of their flow. They need a guy that can go off script. They've got Fox, they've got Monk, but everybody else is kind of, to use a baseball term, station to station, right? There's no home run hitters. And when they were able to make the Kings station to station and not take away, but neutralize Fox and Monk, they had nobody that can go off script. And I said, I don't know where you find them, but you need one other guy that can go off script and score to take the load off of Fox and Monk to have to do it all the time. And that's the thing that intrigues me about Bradley Beal. He has that ability in a playoff setting to go off script and get 20, 25 points. And I think they really needed that in the playoffs. I'm not saying, like, if they hit open shots, they probably still win that series. But that's something that really stood out to me is, like, if Kevin Huerter wasn't hitting a wide open catch and shoot three, it didn't feel like he could do anything else out there. And I need a guy that can do that and can put the ball on the deck, go one-on-one, get to the foul line, things of that nature. So that's where Bradley Beal kind of appeals to me.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you can look at two spots when it comes to the Kings not beating the Warriors in the playoffs. I think it was Kevin Huerter's spot and Harrison Barnes, just from like a pure scoring perspective. And I think you're hitting on the right notes when talking about like where the Kings can improve and potentially make that next step. But it's not, year to year, like it's not always going to look. We can't just say, okay, the Kings needed to score more in this area, and then that's going to fix their problems going into next year. Like it's going to be an entirely different team. And one thing, if you make a deal like that, like you're shipping pieces out. Like if you're Washington, are you getting Malik Monk in that deal, right? Like, are you?
No. No.
Right.
Definitively no.
Right. Though, if you're Washington, you got to ask, right?
Sure.
And what's it look like if you're the Kings? Are you going to have is Mike Brown going to have an appetite to play De'Aaron Fox, Malik Monk, and Bradley Beal all at the same time? Right. So there are questions like that. And we'll see how all of that plays out. But like bigger picture, if I'm the Kings, I don't really care about draft picks at this point. Like I would be all in on, trading 2-3 first round draft picks if it does get you a star. I don't think Bradley Beal would cost that much in terms of draft capital because his contract is so onerous. But if you can get an OG Anunoby and it costs you 2 first round picks, like I'm cool with that. 2 or 3. If I'm Monty McNair, I do not care about first round picks because I'm expecting to contend, and those first round picks are going to be late in the first round anyway. So it's not like these are the Kings of yesteryear where they're in the lottery. Like this is potentially a really good team, and picks should be less valuable to Monty McNair. So I'm definitely all in on the idea of pushing all my chips in. Where I would be a little dubious is like, all right, do I include Keegan in that trade? Probably not, depending on the player, but they're gonna think about everything when it comes to improving the team.
I don't want to include Keegan in either one of these trades. That's just is what it is. But I also wonder, is there a cartoon character that the Kings have that they're holding hostage?
That's a good call. Do we have Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, similar to what ABC did with Al Michaels? That's a good call right there. Good callback too. One of our more intriguing discussions of the summer, Chris Biederman, was Oswald the Lucky Rabbit. Let me ask you both a question. I'm thinking back to last trade deadline. I think it was Zach Lowe. I think Zach Lowe was the one who reported that the Raptors turned down 3 first-round picks for OG. I think it was Memphis
at the trade deadline.
Yeah, I think it was Memphis, and I think it was Indiana. And Masai, the quote, and it might have been to just Zach Lowe, but the line from Masai Ujiri was we want a really good player in return. If landing OG cost you Keegan, does that still work for anybody here? Because to me, if you land OG without Keegan, you lose Harrison. If you have to trade Keegan, you find a way to sign Harrison back.
I that's not a good enough deal for me to move on from Keegan Murray.
No, yeah, I'm with you. I think if you look at rookies who shoot the ball the way Keegan did last year and just sort of spin that forward, like he could be one of the best shooters in the league for a long time. And given his size and the potential he has to improve defensively and as a playmaker, I think Keegan could be a guy that eventually is better than OG Anunoby, right? So I like if I had to give up one of the two, I'm doing a sign and trade with Harrison Barnes. As valuable as he was, I just think, he in the playoffs, and we have a pretty big sample size now of him in the playoffs, he's just not he's not going to be that guy that elevates your team in a way that you would need him in a series like a round 1 against the Warriors. So I would,
But
if
that
I had my
requires
choice,
Harrison's cooperation and
Yeah.
Toronto's desire to acquire Harrison Barnes.
I do
There's
know
two
Harrison
more
likes
variables.
Toronto.
Well, everybody likes
Yeah,
Toronto.
That's what I heard. too.
I
Fantastic
ain't
place.
been there. Have you been?
Yeah, I did the game that Mike Brown got ejected. What was that, December?
Oh, that's
And
right. Yeah,
And Jordy Fernandez. Yeah, so that was my first time in Toronto. Beautiful city.
I've heard Toronto's fun though.
Yeah.
Zion cannot get traded to Toronto, from what I hear. There'd be significant issues with that. Just what I've heard. Just what I've heard.
Well,
From what you've heard, huh?
Yeah, it's
Sources have told D'Lo and Casey that
Hey,
do not trade Zion to Toronto.
Zion would love it.
I know he would. That's why you can't trade him there. That's why he's got to stay away from there.
Zion would
Chris,
love it.
what do you think the next couple of weeks look like for the Kings? Obviously, we're 7 days away from the NBA draft, about 15 days away from the start of free agency, of course, the California Classic. Right after that, what do you think these next couple of weeks look like for the Kings?
I think they're going to be rumored in a lot of things. I think they're going to be aggressive in a lot of free agents that could potentially spring free. I think Cam Johnson would make a ton of sense. I think a sign and trade with Harrison Barnes would make a lot of sense in that, you're not just letting a $15 to $20 million salary slot go for nothing. I think if you can get a little bit younger at that spot, maybe a little bit, add some athleticism to the wing, I think that would make a lot of sense. Just sort of depth on the wing overall. I think the Kings are a little small in terms of just what they have on the wing when your backup shooting guard is Malik Monk, who is more or less the size of a point guard. And Kevin Huerter's not a super athletic, defensive-minded wing. Like I said, you have Kessler Edwards, maybe someone of that similar build and athleticism would make a lot of sense to help them defensively and just be sort of a potential defensive stopper. Would make a lot of sense. I'm curious to see how aggressive they're going to be because we saw at the trade deadline last year, there were options for the Kings to potentially push all their chips in and go try to get a big name, but they decided to stay the course and build through the core that they have. And do they sort of reinforce that notion and say, no, the way we improve is to get better internally and develop the guys we already have? Or do they say, all right, we're on the brink of contending now. Do we go get a big name? Do we maybe include Keegan Murray in trade talks? Do we try to package multiple picks and Harrison Barnes and Davion Mitchell or whatever? And can they get out of Rashawn Holmes's contract? Because that's 2 or 3 more years of $12 million. And for a guy that's out of the rotation, that's obviously not ideal when you are looking at your financial future and potentially going up against the tax with the new contract for Domantas Sabonis coming next year, presumably. So there are certainly a lot of big decisions that they have to make. And I'm curious to see how aggressive they are, whether or not what they did at the trade deadline is a sign of just sort of their overall philosophy. Like, no, we want to build this out for the long haul and keep our core guys and keep building that way. Or are they going to say, we're going to get rid of 3 or 4 guys who are in our rotation and go try to get 1 or 2, bigger names, better players to get over that hump and be a team that, can get to the Western Conference Finals next year.
What's interesting? Just thinking about this, after what we talked about for much of this show and hearing Chris talk about it, I'm not saying that it's a deal breaker for me for like OG or even Bradley Beal or anything like that, or somebody like that. But man, I kind of feel like we're selling, and myself included, selling Davion Mitchell short. I like Davion Mitchell a lot as a ball player. I think he's a perfect backup point guard for this team.
Mm-hmm.
He's your best defender. Now, I know if you get OG, you'd be switching out one best defender for another. I understand that. But he's your best perimeter defender. In that playoffs, he held one of the great scores we've ever seen in this game to at least making them work. I'm not saying he shut down Steph, but he has that ability to at least make Steph know that he's there, right? Steph, in Game 7, he felt like he was shooting over a chair when TD and everybody else was guarding him. Davion, he was like, all right, well, I got to try and figure this out. Are we just kind of dismissing Davion a little too quickly?
No, I agree with you. I just think like Davion's sort of that figure that you like, if you end up going to get a big name and you're another team that's dangling a big name in the trade market, like you want to get Davion. Like you'd love to get Davion as part of that deal, which is why I think, he's sort of emblematic of that idea. Like, do we want to build with the core that we have and try to improve that way? Then you're keeping Davion. Whereas if you're going trying to get somebody and you need to put together a good trade package, if I'm another team, I'd love to get Davion back from the Kings in a deal like that. So he's sort of like emblematic of like what that pivot point is, because he is a really valuable player, but he's also the type that like, should Davion Mitchell prevent you from going to get, a Bradley Beal or an all NBA type player? Like, I don't know. That's a tough decision depending on what the trade package is. But I think you bring up a good point. And I would say that he sort of embodies to the Kings, like what that decision is, whether it's, build with the guys we have or go out and get somebody else.
What now? I can't report this. I can report that the Kings are aggressively going after OG Anunoby. I can speculate they're not the only ones, right? So there's a scenario here, Chris, that I'm curious your thoughts on. I mean, the Brad Beal thing, like it's cool that he'd waive his no trade clause for Sacramento. I don't think that's realistic. I don't even know that that's a conversation Monty has past a cursory call to Michael Winger. Again, OG Anunoby, Kings are pursuing him. A lot of other teams are pursuing him. If it winds up being, we hear around draft day, Harrison Barnes signs an extension with Sacramento. They make their pick. Trey Lyles is back. Maybe one or two smaller acquisitions join this team. Do you see this team potentially being back in the 2-3 spot, being back up there in the class of the Denver Nuggets this next season?
They should be. I mean, that would be sort of the linear progression, right? They absolutely should be. But I think Mike Brown made a really good point even towards the end of the season and after in his post-mortem press conference, when he said it's going to get a lot harder now. It's sort of a theme from Mike Brown throughout the year was that it's kind of easy to go from like bad to good, which was a step the Kings made last year. What's infinitely harder in his mind is going from good to great. And I think that's really the challenge the Kings have. So it's going to be up to De'Aaron Fox. Like, can he go from being a third team all NBA guy to like an MVP candidate? Can Domantas Sabonis be a guy who in the playoffs teams are not going to leave open from the perimeter? And is he going to be able to shoot confidently to make teams pay for doing that? So if there are plenty of reasons to think, if Keegan Murray gets better, both defensively and playmaking, and continues to shoot at a 40% clip from three, if Kevin Huerter is more consistent and, not red hot for a month and then ice cold for a month and red hot for a month and ice cold for a month, if he can be sort of that 40% guy throughout the breadth of a season without the roller coaster ride in terms of his shooting numbers, then yeah, the Kings absolutely are good enough to get to that point. And I think they learned a ton in this playoff run and the series against the Warriors. But it's going to be harder. They're not going to sneak up on anybody. They're not going to be a cute story. They're going to be a team that's going in with expectations, and there's going to be a different level of scrutiny in terms of how they're performing relative to those expectations, right? Like those losses that they had at home to Charlotte and Washington, sometimes when the Kings would just sort of show up and think, whether this was human nature or not, just show up to the arena and be like, oh yeah, we're the best offensive team in the league. We'll hit a bunch of shots. We'll beat these teams. Like those losses are going to be far less acceptable this year than what they were last year, right? Because you can make the point that like, yeah, they're a young team. They're going through it. They're learning how to win. They're learning how to be consistent. They're not going to have that excuse next year. Like a thing that Mike Brown said about De'Aaron Fox and him taking the next step to potentially being an MVP candidate is being a guy that brings that fourth quarter intensity, his attitude and his aggression in the fourth quarter to everything he does, right? To practice, to a walkthrough, to a shoot around, to a home game against Charlotte in December, or pick any sub 500 team at home. Like, that's the difference in Mike Brown's mind between being good and great for somebody like De'Aaron Fox. And De'Aaron Fox is ultimately the tone setter of this team. So that's going to be their battle. And I absolutely think De'Aaron Fox, he proved a lot to me that, he's made of the right stuff and can become that player. And look, he's still 25 years old. He's got plenty of time in his prime to continue improving. And if he does elevate himself to, one of the 8 best players in the NBA unequivocally and potentially in the MVP conversation, then yeah, the Kings will absolutely find themselves in the conversation with the Nuggets in the Western Conference. But it is a big mountain to climb to get to that point. But I do think they're equipped to do it.
I think the guys they have on this roster are built to accept that challenge and to not only look at what they did last year and gain confidence, but also be motivated by it. We talk about De'Aaron Fox and what he had to endure in his first 5-6 seasons in the league. He may look at last year and playing in that first round and getting those accolades and be like, I'm not going back. Like, I'm not, like, whatever I got to do, the work that I got to put in, whatever, I'm not going back to puke guy at center court. Like, I got a taste of, that good life. I got to stay here. And also, you look at the performances of 2 guys in particular, Sabonis and Kevin Huerter in the playoffs. And that may be something that, not that they needed it, I'm not saying they needed it, but kind of humbles them and keeps them hungry going in the next season. I'm sure that loss left a bitter taste in their mouth with how that playoff run went for them personally. And they could be motivated, as the summer goes along and into training camp to say, hey, I gotta play better. I gotta pick my game up. So when I'm in that spot again, those same situations don't happen. So I see these guys being motivated, even though they had a level of success last year.
A name that has sprung to my mind over the last few months, I don't know how much you guys have talked about. Where are you guys at on Jaylen Brown and a potential trade for him?
I love Jaylen Brown here.
Yeah, that's a no-brainer. Like, that's easy.
No-brainer, right?
I don't see a scenario where it works because I feel like, and I understand, like, people, especially, Jesse's aware, he's a Celtics fan. People close to Boston know, like, he has his issues with Boston. I don't know Jaylen at all. I'm going to go out on a limb, though, and say he doesn't have $100 million worth of issues with the Boston Celtics because that's what he'd have to give up now. If he doesn't sign the extension that he's going to be offered this offseason, obviously that's going to cue the Celtics. Okay, he doesn't want to be here. But now, because he's a super max player, you're turning down an incredible amount of money. And I don't think that's realistic, no matter how much you hate a city.
Yeah, the reason why I ask is because when the Celtics were in Sacramento late in the season, he had a press conference afterwards. And it was around the time that Logan Murdoch wrote that piece in The Ringer talking about sort of the uncertainty that he faces in Boston and things like that. And he talked about, and this was unrelated to that, but he was asked questions about, Cal Berkeley and being part of the coaching search there, and just really indicated like, yeah, he's still super connected to that program. He was in conversations with their AD about the potential coaching hire. He loves the Bay Area, Northern California, and he's obviously, a guy with, I don't know if political aspirations is a way to put it, but somebody who's very socially conscious and I think politically motivated potentially. And I was just thinking, like, California state capital, it wouldn't be crazy for somebody who wanted to affect change outside of, the basketball realm and maybe in the social and political realm. Like, if he actually wanted to come, like, he's a different kind of cat. Like, somebody like him who might have those things in mind, would he be open to coming to a place like Sacramento in a way we haven't seen stars want to come to Sacramento in the past? And I'm not saying he necessarily does, but just the way he talked about being close to the Cal program and what being in Northern California meant to him in college and things like that. I was like, all right, I could see it, because you could potentially make a trade package that might make sense if the Celtics were, if he made it clear to Boston that he wasn't going to resign there and wanted to go somewhere else. That's where I'd be like, okay, you could have Davion, you could have Keegan, you could have all the picks, and that might be something the Celtics might actually be interested in.
Yeah, it's fun to think about. That'd be a first. It's one thing to turn down the extra 30 million you get. I say that like I got Kenny Caraway money. That extra 30 million. We're talking $100 million that Jalen goes, nah, I'm gonna go to Sacramento.
Yeah. He could potentially make that money on the back end anyway.
But you're 100% accurate. Jalen is a different dude. And we, to the best of my knowledge, everything is cool with Jalen and Tatum inside. There's nothing there in terms of those two personally.
Right.
There was always stuff with Brad and John Wall. There was never a solid vibe there.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think that's the case with Tatum and Brown. I think people just question as to whether it actually works or not. I'm of the belief it works, but I think next year could go a long way in really telling that story.
Yeah, I just bring him up because he's the dude. If I'm looking at somebody who could realistically become available, that I'm like, all right, let's put all of our chips in and go get this big name All NBA type guy with playoff experience. He's somebody who I'd think about if he were available.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I look, I'll work with him on his left hand. We'll deal with that when he gets here. I'd absolutely take Jaylen Brown in Sacramento.
I do want to reference, and we'll certainly get back to the Kings here before too long, but I do want to mention, you wrote a great piece talking about Sacramento and the obvious desire to add another sports franchise here. There was some great stats about top 20 markets, and I think it was Sacramento and Orlando that are the only two top 20 markets that don't have more than one sports franchise. Given all of the work that you did on that, how realistic is it for Sacramento to wind up with another sports franchise?
So it's realistic if the money comes, and the money has to come from an ownership group that's willing to, when it comes to Major League Baseball, right? Major League Baseball is talking about expansion to Nashville or Portland, and there are a bunch of other teams in that mix. And they're looking at $2 billion in expansion fees per team. And so, that's the thing that we haven't seen with, even MLS when that deal fell through a couple of years ago. The reason why really there hasn't been more substantial discussion with the MLS in expansion to Sacramento is because there hasn't been the capital investment. And then we just saw a few weeks ago that San Diego got $500 million together for an expansion fee for MLS. So ultimately, I think it's just, the appetite is here and the city wants it. There's plenty of room in the rail yards for, the Sacramento Republic's very confident that they're going to get their stadium done and shovels in the ground sooner than later. But one of my questions to the mayor, Darrell Steinberg, was is there more room in the rail yards for something else? And he said that they're open to anything, if anything were possible. I think what's really holding Sacramento back from getting a team is being able to put together an ownership group that can put down billions of dollars with a B for an expansion fee and a new venue, right? And and then there's always the, Sacramento's not going to publicly fund a stadium like the A's are getting in Vegas. They're just not going to do that. There's plenty of studies and there's been plenty of work done to prove that, those deals don't help municipalities financially if they're coming from taxpayer dollars. And that doesn't mean that other cities aren't going to have the appetite. I know Nashville's giving the Titans $1 billion for their new stadium, and Buffalo's giving the Bills a whole lot of money for their new stadium. But Sacramento just doesn't have the appetite for that financial aspect of it. So ultimately, it's just going to take a deep-pocketed person to come in here with the wherewithal and say, look, I'd love to, bring a Major League Baseball team here and field as competitive of an offer as Major League Baseball might be getting from Nashville or Portland or any other city that's in that mix. So, demographically, I think the key point from the article was like, you could put Sacramento up against Charlotte, who has, the Hornets and the Panthers, or, St. Louis, who has the Cardinals and the Blues, or Indy that has the Pacers and the Colts, or Pittsburgh that has 3 teams. Like, from a demographics perspective, the number of households, the appetite for sports, you could stack Sacramento against any of those cities, and Sacramento would have a viable case that they would be able to support 1 or 2 more major league teams. The issue is there isn't that investment to be able to pay potentially $2 billion to Major League Baseball for an expansion fee, or even $500 million to MLS for an expansion fee. And so that's ultimately the big issue that the city has, but there is absolutely an appetite for it. And there's room for potentially new venues in the rail yards just north of downtown. They're just, what the city needs is a forward thinking, very, very wealthy person saying, yeah, I got you guys. I got $4 billion and we're going to get a team here, and I'm hell bent on doing it. And I think Sacramento, if that happened, like, I think they would really embrace it. We've seen, what the Kings have meant to this city and how well they draw and how well the fans rally around the team, even when they're not successful. Right. So I think something similar could happen in another sport, but ultimately, the dollars and cents are standing in the way.
Miss P, we need you.
Well, I have someone who could help. Now I'm gonna have to ask. I'll ask this as a question to Chris Biederman, but maybe this person could help. What are the chances that San Francisco pays Nick Bosa so much money this offseason that he could invest in a sports franchise in Sacramento?
100%.
Yeah, what's that going to be? Close to a $200 million contract?
I mean, he's gonna. I mean, he's gonna break records, right? Like, he's gonna break. Is it Aaron Donald's record? Like, he's going to smash the non-quarterback record, isn't he?
Yeah, it kind of depends on how long of a deal he wants, because he might want a 3-year deal so we can get another bite at the apple in free agency 3 years from now and then cash in again. Whereas, if he signs a 6-year deal, say, in years 4, 5, and 6, he might not make as much as he would if he were to hit free agency in after 3 years. And that's sort of what Trent Williams' contract was. It was a 6-year deal, but it was essentially a pair of 3-year deals that change after those first 3 years. So, but yeah, I mean, Nick Bosa, in terms of being, I don't know that he wants to be a team owner. I think he kind of likes just, like drinking smoothies and working out and eating protein shakes, or drinking protein shakes and stuff. But I don't, but yeah, I mean, to your point, he's going to make a whole boatload of money over these next few years, particularly if he stays healthy.
The Bosa FC, Sacramento, we could do it.
Hey, Chris, what do you, if you had to, nobody's going to hold you to this. We're just having a good time. We're having a conversation. What do you think is the more realistic path to another professional sports team? MLS, MLB, or NHL?
It's definitely MLS, because they're at 30 right now. And it would appear that, if they can get more expansion fees and spread out, another $500 or $600 million expansion fee to all their teams, and they would do that. So they could go from 30 to 32 teams pretty quick. And Republic FC and the mayor would argue that they're a relatively turnkey operation in terms of having the infrastructure in place, having the stadium deal in place. Like, they're ready. They're, the way they talk about it is, they're ready to put shovels in the ground. They just need to cross some T's and dot a few I's. And so I think one of the things they were waiting on was this most recent MLS expansion announcement, because I think they were still kind of in the running. And it's sort of this chicken or the egg thing for them. It's, are investors waiting for MLS to make the decision about Sacramento, or is MLS waiting on Sacramento to show that they have the investment to, make the stadium deal happen, make an expansion fees potentially happen. So I think that MLS is probably the most likely, because they're gonna build that stadium regardless, and they're gonna make it expandable. So it might be, the first iteration of it might be 15,000 seats without like any overhang or anything like that, and then maybe they get the expansion team, and then in an off season, retrofit it or add on seats and add the overhang that's apparently required in MLS. So that I could definitely see that happening over the next 4 or 5, 6 years. If MLS does have an appetite, which it seems to expand from 30 to 32 teams. In terms of baseball, I mean, we'll have to see. I know Rob Manfred is bent on expansion. Getting $2 billion in expansion fees from each new team is a whole lot of money that I just don't know that we're going to see come from somebody in Sacramento. There are no billionaires in Sacramento, and Vivek doesn't live in Sacramento, but he's only worth 700 million. I mean, unless do you guys know of any billionaires in Sacramento?
I mean, just the one across from me.
That's
That's the only one I know.
What's this guy talking about?
Did you see Manfred's quote about
Manfred's just a jackass?
The worst.
Rob Manfred was asked about what was the thing called the reverse boycott. And he was like, yeah, it was great. It was like almost like an average Major League Baseball stadium.
What a jackass.
I hate that dude. That dude is such a crap.
One thing that's never been explained throughout this entire process, at least from like an official who would know, is why the current Coliseum site is not a viable site for anybody. Right? Because in the Bay Area, how many places do you have parking? Do you have BART? Are you close to major freeways? Like, that's really the only one. And it's sort of perfect for a stadium site. And it's the reason why there are 2 venues there currently. Like, I understand that maybe John Fisher can get a better deal if he can center the deal around building commercial buildings or real estate or whatever else. But like, that's a perfect place for a stadium. And the fact that everybody's jumping through hoops to try to get something done in Howard Terminal, which never felt realistic to begin with, given all the infrastructure restraints that they already have. There's been no answer as to why the Coliseum site is not viable. But the only thing anybody could surmise is, well, he probably couldn't get all of the other deals done to fund the stadium, which to me, like, if you can't privately fund a stadium, just philosophically, you shouldn't be able to own a sports team. Like, period. If there were somebody in charge of all sports and could make rules for owners, which will never happen, but if owners had rules and it was like, if you have to move a team and you cannot, because you can't privately fund a stadium, then you shouldn't own the team. And sports would be better in every facet in every town if that were the case.
I agree 100%. I'll say what it is. Nobody will say it. I'll say what it is. It's because the Coliseum is in the east. The surrounding area. They don't want to put nothing around there. They don't want to do anything that would build up that area or enrich that area. And that's what it is. You know what I mean? And they obviously won't say that, but
that's why certain acts go to Oakland and not the Chase Center.
Absolutely.
And it's why it's the Chase Center and the Oakland Arena.
Absolutely. 100%. So there's that. I had a tweet yesterday after seeing Brody Brazil break down on the telecast of it was the pre or post game show. I don't know. But I mean, what's going on with the A's? The more, we see these things and we get, we talk about it daily. At first I said it was the worst thing that probably ever happened in Major League Baseball. I took a step back because honestly, I'm not even speaking hyperbole. There is one thing, the whole not letting black players play in Major League Baseball. That probably is the only thing worse than what's going on in Oakland. I really believe that. This is terrible.
Yeah, it's bad.
This is terrible.
It's a top 10 market in the country. When the team is good, people have shown out. Even when, the stadium's been a bad venue for 20, 30 years now, and people have gone when the team's been good. And John Fisher hasn't paid anybody legitimate money, a star player, quote unquote star player, since Eric Chavez. right? And he had the audacity to trade away all the team's good young players who went to the playoffs multiple times and then raise season ticket prices. And not, you can't get food in that place. The bathrooms are horrendous. The fan experience is awful. It's just like, it's major league, but real life. And it's just, it's really awful. And, as somebody who was an A's fan before all this stuff started happening, it's super disappointing because, I know I've been there. Like, I covered a game. I forget what year it was, 07, 08, something like that. A's playoff game against the Detroit Tigers. And it was a game 5 in the first round. And Justin Verlander pitched. And he said after the game, Detroit won. And that was the best atmosphere I've ever been in the playoffs. And that was when the upper deck was tarped off. It was just 30, 35,000, whatever. And like, A's fans bring it. And it's just super sad that, because of one owner's inability to put a deal together and just his overall greed and putting, taking the handouts first, getting the relocation fee waived, getting the public financing from Vegas and all that stuff. And I'm not saying that Oakland as a municipality is blameless, because I do know that that's generally, even outside of sports, that's a tough place to build new things and work with the local government officials and stuff. But like, it's just sad that he chose this route instead of just selling the team, because there are so many wealthy people in the Bay Area who could, make things happen with the A's in Oakland.
Really great stuff, Chris. We can't thank you enough for spending so much time with us. We've got to get together more in the off season, man. We appreciate you, my friend.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me on. We definitely got to do something soon.
Yeah,
yes, sir. Take care.
So our man Chris Biederman right there. I should mention, by the way, Sacramento Bee, host of Candlestick Chronicles,
yes,
as well. We'll come back. More trade discussion involving the Sacramento Kings and what's going on around the rest of the league that may actually help the Kings this offseason. That's all coming up here as D'Lo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino, continues here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Man.
I'm texting you too. Oh,
no, go ahead, man. We'll do that when we get back.
we're gonna go with kicking it today. We're gonna go with kicking it because we don't know yet. I'm gonna just chill real quick because I don't know, man. It needs to happen, but I don't know. I'm gonna just chill. We're gonna go with kicking it. Oh, there we go. Let's see. All right. Kicking it with KC. We talking about shoes and everything that's going on in the world of kicks. And a little interesting situation, a little interesting nugget went down as Kyrie Irving. Here, I'll try and make that. I don't know if I can make it any bigger, but Kyrie Irving was reportedly at a basketball camp or somewhere, and he was wearing some Anta shoes. And it's been reported that he has now signed a new shoe deal with the Chinese-based company Anta. And I know Klay Thompson was with Anta. I think there was another guy with Anta as well. I can't remember. It's escaping me right now. But Kyrie Irving, who, had the hottest shoe in all of basketball for about 2-3 years. The Kyrie Irving series with Nike was everywhere. All the kids had Kyries. I would say the 1, 2, man, you could probably go 5, all the way to 5. The first 5 iterations of the Kyries were everywhere on basketball courts, everywhere. At an affordable price. They looked good. They felt good. And it looked like something that was going to last for a long time. It looked like they had found their next guy. Obviously, a lot of things have gone on with Kyrie. And even before what happened this year with retweeting that video or the link or something like that, him and Nike, they weren't going to last past the end of this contract anyway. And now it's officially over. And he's with Anta. So we'll see what Kyrie has in store for us this upcoming basketball season. I don't even know where to get Anta shoes. I think you got to go like straight to the website. I don't even know where to get them, but we'll see what Kyrie's got going on with Anta, and that's kicking it with KC.
Was I tripping, or did Austin Reeves get a shoe deal too?
He did. I was going to bring that up too, but I didn't read all the stuff on it. But he got a shoe deal with a Chinese-based company.
You got to choose from there.
Yeah.
I put stuff in there and forget sometimes.
Yeah, I remembered it yesterday after the show. That refrigerator's nice and cold. I like
it. It is.
No, I still got people, out there, doing God's work, trying to look for your boy, but right now, no go. And Ramsey needs to shut the hell up. Ain't no Ronald McDonald shoes.
If it's cool, Ramsey hates it. That's going to be the new Chatty House insult. Ramsey likes Wheaties.
He did say that. I remember we were talking about it. I just had some Wheaties yesterday.
I don't think I followed Jordan's rules very well, because if I ever had Wheaties, it'd be like I'd try to eat a couple bites. Okay, cool. And then I'd go get the little sugar dish and turn them into cornflakes real quick.
real quick. I'd have homemade Frosted Flakes.
Yes, that's what I was thinking of. Frosted Flakes. That's what it was.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Hey, can I do a couple of church announcements here?
Please do.
A couple things going on Saturday. Saturday is going to be one of the most epic days in the history of this city. I'm just telling you that right now.
Okay.
All right. Let's start in the morning, because in the morning, shout out to my guy, Gus Armstead, and his son, my main man, Eric Armstead. They've got the Stay Hungry football camp, free football camp, going down at Sac State on Saturday morning. I think it's from 8 to 2. So go check that out. Support the son of the city,
no doubt,
Eric Armstead, and what he's doing, man. So check that out for sure. Also, we're going to be at the Juneteenth celebration in William Lamb Park, myself and D-Lo. We're going to be out there.
Well, you really have finagled me into this celebration, haven't you?
The people called for it.
The people, like the people out there in that little area.
Well, look, the funny thing was, I was like, look, man, I told her, I was like, look, man, just don't bank on it. I mean, he doesn't like to be strong-armed into these situations. Just count on me. I'll be here. Damian may have other things to do. Just count on me. And then you swooped in. But I was ready to cover for you, man.
I was never going to cover for me. I never committed to doing it. You was going to cover for me. I've never committed to doing it.
You haven't, but you've lightweight been a part of this for the however many weeks it's been going on. It's one of those.
So I was like, look, man, don't worry about it. I'll be there. It's good.
All I wanted to do was to go to Solomon Vinyl, and then go hang out with Bryson Tiller, and then go watch the show. That was the plan.
Hey, man.
We got Leezy's coming with us. Leezy Scorsese's gonna document the whole day.
It's gonna be lit. Leezy. We gonna
now all of a sudden I got
film, Leezy. Come on, baby. You know the feature film. But we're gonna be out at William Lamb Park.
We'll be there.
Juneteenth Festival going down. We'll be there. Also on Saturday. You mentioned Bryson Tiller is going down.
Mm-hmm.
Get your tickets. Cesar Chavez Park. Bryson Tiller going down. We'll be out there as well. But also, I found out what's going down this Saturday. The start of the Sacramento Pro-Am with my main man, Gus Armstead, going down at the Fortune High School.
Gus got a hell of a weekend ahead of him.
I'm telling you.
Gracious.
It starts on Saturday afternoon, so obviously I won't make the first game, but I'm going to definitely be at the Pro-Am throughout the season. That was the first time I met Ramsey in person.
I remember that. I remember the picture. I was like,
some dude was like, "Hey, Kitty." I was like, "What's up, bro?"
Like, why you
said Ramsey.
Why are you saying my name so aggressively, bro?
I said Ramsey. What's up, man?
I remember seeing that picture. Like, that's not Ramsey. That's some dude named Cypher Sounds or something. Like, that's some dude. That's some dude who like raps with his boys in a circle or something.
So yeah, Saturday the 17th is going crazy.
That's good stuff, man. Yeah. We appreciate all of the Kings fans jumping in today. Whether you're on the radio on 1320 or 98.5, or if you're watching on Twitch, YouTube, whatever it is, man, we appreciate you tapping in. Lots of rumors surrounding the Sacramento Kings with our report that
Mhm.
Bradley Beal would waive his no trade clause for Sacramento. I have looked over Sham's tweet. I don't know if they put out an article to accompany it. From the way this was explained to me this morning, obviously I understand that those two are very well connected. I don't think there's been trade discussions for Bradley Beal.
Right.
I
agree.
think the question was posed, and it was by an agent. Would you consider Sacramento?
Mhm.
And Bradley Beal said, and his people said, yes, absolutely.
But-
that I think is that we talk about. Oh, there's no clear path. I don't think there's even been a discussion about a
Wow.
path
Wow.
to a trade for Bradley Beal.
And the funny the wording is always so tricky. So we want to clarify here. Did he say? Well, it really doesn't, because it's still tricky wording. Because if they asked him, would you consider waiving it for? Yeah, I consider it.
Well,
yeah. Would I actually do it? Nah, I don't know. But yeah, I consider it.
I don't think Bradley Beal thinks the way that we do. You can expect whatever you want.
But no, that like that. But the wording, not just that report, but all this stuff. Yeah, consider it. Yeah, sure.
But now that we're here, no, I won't do it.
I do think Bradley Beal would waive the no trade clause.
And I don't think the Sacramento Kings are pursuing a trade for Bradley Beal.
I don't think so.
I'm sure this is a situation though where 29 teams in the league call and say, "Hey, sup?"
Absolutely.
it kind of goes.
Absolutely.
What are we looking at?
He's
What
that
are we
type of
talking
guy.
about?
He's that type. He's that type of talent.
I
think he's that
yes,
type
he
of
is. Yes, he is. But it's also this is a. Has anyone ever been traded with $200 million left on their deal?
I don't.
And it has.
think so.
And I'll man, is Brad a depreciating asset?
See, I don't. See, I look at it the opposite way from everyone else.
Okay.
You got a 29-year-old Bradley Beal
who's been stuck in Washington.
You got him with 4 years left on the deal.
Mm-hmm.
Like that, I look at that as
you're
a
right.
positive.
I got you.
Like that's not OG where 1 year left.
No, I got
he
you.
Might resign. You might have traded him for nothing. Even Sabonis.
I got
year
you.
and a half. I don't know.
Could you pull up the game logs again though?
Well, jeez, you're making me go back to that point. Off the top of my head,
you don't have to go off the top of your head.
50, right?
I've got 50 and I've got 40.
Yeah.
The last two seasons. The last 72 game season was 60. The previous one was 57. You got back-to-back 82 game seasons before that. So it's 60 out of 72 I wouldn't consider bad. But 50 and 40 were the last two seasons.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And also, like,
about to play this Steph Curry who was it? Anthony Davis, who's played more games here in a minute with Bradley Beal.
And I don't know if this is necessarily the case with him, but
Kyrie. That's who we really got. Kyrie and Steph.
And then it was we threw in a third.
It was AD. It was Kyrie and Steph.
Yeah, I thought it was. I know it was those two, but I thought it was somebody. It was probably AD. Because I think AD.
Because it was Jeff Van Gundy who said Anthony Davis
and I said,
has played as many games.
Well, then that's when I said I think Kyrie's played more games than Steph. But I also said Anthony Davis had played more games than Steph.
Yeah, and that's what Jeff Van Gundy said, and he's it's not true.
It was close though.
It's not true.
The other thing about Brad Beal and like those games played numbers is sometimes I wish you tell those.
Oh, thanks, Doc.
Sometimes, much like Dame last year, could have just been like, man, we're not. We're gonna shut you down.
Could have been,
and that could add another 15 games onto that total games played.
Shout out Rob Dub. Let's take a look at this. Last year, 67. The year before, 48. 43, 69, 67, 74.
It's OG, huh?
That's OG's numbers. Oh boy. Meanwhile, Harrison Barnes
Good old HB.
Hey,
82,
82,
72,
Harrison Barnes.
72. What
Come
is
on, man.
What is Harrison's, man?
Harrison Barnes got the perfect attendance award in school. There's no doubt Harrison Barnes got here's HB right here. HB last season, we already know that was an 82. The year before, 77. The prior, 58. The first 72 game season Harrison played, 72. And the year he was traded from Dallas to Sacramento, he played 77. This dude doesn't miss games. He's got an 81 his rookie year. He's got an 82 in 14-15. He's got 79. This dude doesn't miss basketball games.
What the hell happened when he played 58? Like, I don't even remember him getting hurt for that
58 at a 72. Didn't he have an ankle?
I thought it was a foot, but I didn't think he was out that long.
Oh. Did he get sick?
Maybe, possibly.
Like, and missed a couple of games because he was sick?
he got hurt and
yeah. Like it was two separate.
Yeah.
It was two separate things.
But yeah, he's always there. He's always there.
He's a career-wise, 14 points per game. Sacramento-wise, 15.4. You talk about discounting Davion Mitchell. We got a break. We'll come back. I'm sorry. We hung out a long time with Chris Biederman. We'll come back. Matt George is going to join us. We need to talk more about Harrison Barnes because we might need to chill. Explain. D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino, returns here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Why don't you knock it off? Sure. It's uncalled for.
Did we count the time he took 3 shots in the game?
Al Pacino just became a dad.
Oh, congratulations.
God damn, these guys pump out babies.
Congratulations. I think his girl's like 29.
She's 29. Oh, man.
Telling you, those kids are medical miracles right now.
Goodness gracious. Like, how is that even possible? A lot of people are responding. I put out a tweet about OG. A lot of people are kind of reacting to it, but I'm curious. Like, what do we really think OG is going to get? Like in terms of return, like what do the Kings have to give up?
Like a trade?
Yeah, like there's a a belief on Twitter like they're it's going to cost too much. It's going to cost too much. I don't think Toronto has a ton of leverage.
I think maybe that would have been true like last year because they had a couple years and then the
I
option.
agree.
Now it's like,
yep,
no.
I completely agree. Huh. I still don't understand why. I mean, I guess if you're Toronto, you listen. Toronto, I'm not trading them. I'm just not trading him.
I think that team's run its course, though.
Well, I also, you're right. I also think there's a belief that like OG's leaving, so you have to trade him, so to speak. I'm really happy you put that tweet out. That was a good call.
Listen, I was like, man, this feels like something we should tweet.
Yeah, we need to start. We've got to start doing that every time now.
We got to start putting push sources with every tweet too, I guess.
Yeah, because this like if we had put the Brad Beal thing out there first, the way I put the OG thing, it would have blown up. But in my head, it's like, yo, this radio show is important. Like that's our focus. But I'm a fucking idiot, and the world lives on Twitter, so it's the way it should be. I love that they put this stupid company header that says ESPN 1320 only on the Odyssey app. No, motherfucker, we're everywhere. What are you talking about only on the Odyssey app? I'm going to change that. It's not even going to. Every time Drew Down types that, I'm like, bro, I know. I'm towing the company line here.
Kim says she would take OG.
Kim! What is that? Oh, it's Friday. I was like, isn't that what he yells? Kim!
Wait a minute. Who was Kim on Friday?
I don't remember. What's he yell? What does Cube yell when the little guy goes running out of the house chasing Bernie Mac? He yells something. He doesn't. I don't think he yells Kim, but he yells something.
No, he yelled when. No, he blew a whistle when they were in the house.
No, when Bernie Mac goes running out and the little dude is chasing him, he yells something.
Oh, that's gonna bug me now.
It sounds like Kim.
One of the great movies of all time.
Absolutely.
That movie is watchable. You know, one of my funnier parts for me is when just a random when Smokey's car wouldn't stop moving.
Damn.
He was trying to get out of it, and his foot was sliding.
That's a great moment.
The movie's a classic, right?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Easy classic. Oh boy. This is my third sandwich.
Jesus, man.
Nice.
Seriously? Bro, hey, you have to stop doing what you're doing right now. Bro, you're on timeout. You do not want This dude Kenny is wild.
What I do?
Bro, pause. So go back.
Bro,
no.
Come on, man.
No.
Come on, man.
No.
Hey, I'm picturing it right now. Y'all gotta chill, man.
Bro, you have been eating. You have been eating for 3 hours. Bro,
Y'all gotta chill, man.
Look, what are you doing?
Now, y'all gotta chill, man. Come on, man.
Next time, eat the sandwich where the camera can see you, bro.
This dude,
y'all gotta chill, man. Come on, man.
This dude, Kenny, is wild. Wow. That's man.
Man, play the drop, man. It's like the sophomore class, but I'm over here eating, man.
You have been eating for 3 straight hours.
Hey, these sandwiches are bomb.
You're
man.
like a growing 12-year-old.
These sandwiches are bomb. This is a regular sandwich. It's not like I'm eating burgers. It's a deli sandwich.
Oh my gosh, man. Hey, y'all do what you do. I need Kenny to see that.
No.
Even if you just DM him.
Hey,
I need to know.
Wild,
I
man.
need
No.
Kenny to know.
Hey man, just let a brother eat a sandwich, man. Y'all wild, man, in the chat, bro. I'm telling you, man. Come on.
Must have been a good ass sandwich.
Come on, man. I already picture what y'all talk about, man. Y'all ridiculous, man. You guys are ridiculous. I swear I hate the chat. I do.
On a
and my co-hosts for egging them on, and the producer. All you guys.
I'm with Rob W. Why? Where'd Rob W go? Why doesn't Jazz feed Kenny? I wonder the same thing.
She's the best cook I've ever had. She definitely cooks.
That's what I've heard.
But
that's
I don't know. I'm not really ever hungry. Come on, man. Hey, yo, hey, man.
Twitch.tv/ESPN1320.
Oh, man.
On a slightly related note, congratulations to Al Pacino, who I guess they really took this Godfather thing seriously, man. Between him and Robert De Niro, 83 years old, welcomed a son with his 29-year-old girlfriend.
Well, get it how you live. Get it how you live. Oh, by the way, Khalees is having a great vacation.
He has, boy, did I tell you, man, Khalees is what, 47, 48?
Sounds about right.
And Bill Murray's 70-ish.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't even know where that comes from.
I mean, but 83 to 29.
Come on, man.
What am I supposed to do with that information? Like, what am I?
Look,
I'm sure she's a lovely young lady, but he's 83 years old.
That's crazy. And love has no age limits. You know what I mean? It is. What
You were careful with that wording, weren't you?
Oh no, yeah, we ain't
going
down that road.
You were very careful with that wording.
We ain't going down that road. So look, if they're in love, I guess who am I to judge?
He's got a daughter he's got a baby now, like a baby, and I think his oldest daughter is 33.
Man.
And he has twins. His twins with Beverly D'Angelo are only 22. I used to think Beverly D'Angelo was so fine.
I don't even know who that is.
She was did you ever see the National Lampoon's movie, the like the vacation movies, the Christmas movies?
The Christmas one. The
wife? The wife.
She got a good look to her.
I don't know if they were married or they were just dating, but they have twins, but the twins are only 22. That doesn't seem like it's right.
Man,
seems like they were together. Well, I don't know.
This new kid's graduation, high school graduation, I'll be 101.
I hope he's there to see.
I hope he is too.
He's there to see
him and Robert De Niro. God bless him. That's amazing.
That's crazy.
Mick Jagger had a girlfriend who was 22. He was 74.
You know who I think is going to do the same thing?
Them dudes are different.
You know who I think is going to do the same thing? Diddy.
Oh, yeah. That's
I think Diddy going to have a baby at 80.
Yeah, I can see that. He's going to name it Love. He's going to name that baby Love. Hey, him
and Carisha, maybe.
We were talking before the that mathematically doesn't work.
He's not 80 now or whatever.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be next.
Him and Carisha might have a baby.
It's gonna have to be Megan Thee Stallion Part 2. We were talking before the commercial break. We were looking at we had mentioned, obviously a lot of talk about Bradley Beal today. I'm sorry.
Hey, come on, man. Hey, yo, chill.
That's my bad. I opened Twitter. That's my bad, Alfonso. Hey,
yo, chill.
I apologize to the radio audience. I'm gonna close this tab. That's my fault.
Man, no, man.
It hit Twitter. That's my bad. Okay, come on, man. Come on, man. You're a professional. Let's do your show.
Hey, man, y'all gotta chill, man. You got man, a sophomore class for real, man. Come on, man.
You gotta chill, bro.
I can't just have my sandwich in peace, man.
Again,
hey, y'all ridiculous. Ridiculous.
I'm a broadcast journalist. I'm better than this. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry to the radio audience for getting distracted. We will get back on track here as all tabs are closed.
Y'all are ridiculous, man. I swear. I don't like any of you guys.
Well,
none of you.
You like whatever was in front of you, that's for sure.
There's a sandwich right here. Sophomore class. Damn sophomore.
Bro, the start to this summer for this show has been unhinged.
This is so stupid. I'm looking at it again. This is stupid.
Matt George set to join us coming up about 20 minutes or so. Okay.
My gosh.
Two focal points of conversation today have been Bradley Beal and OG Anunoby. Bradley Beal said he would waive his no trade clause. And let's also be clear in this: it wasn't a one-team list. There's a number of teams that Bradley Beal would waive.
Like you said, it might be 29.
It very well. I doubt it, but it very well may be. I'm confident.
That he would waive it for.
Yeah, that he would waive it for.
I'm talking about who's like.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure everyone's inquired, but who he'd waive is. It's great that Sacramento is one of them. I'm confident Miami's one of them. There's probably a handful of others that are a part of this conversation as well. Whether there have been any trade talks there or not, we can't confirm that. I don't. From what we learned, there haven't been. But we know that the Sacramento Kings are pursuing OG Anunoby. But Kenny, we were looking. Kenny's really big on Bradley Beal. A lot of people are really big on OG Anunoby. I'm really big on OG Anunoby. Bradley Beal's people see his contract as a big downside. Also, and I agree with you in this sense a little bit. You didn't use this word, but I will. I do think Brad's underappreciated. I think Bradley Beal is really, really good. I believe he's been stuck in Washington, and I think Washington is a poorly run franchise. I know Washington is a poorly run franchise. And I think he's had a tough roster around him at various points. I thought him and Russ worked fairly well together. You know, that team started out really rocky. They wound up making the playoffs. I think Brad wound up missing a little bit of the end of that season, or a lot of it at the end of that season, which led into another discussion. We were looking at the amount of games that Bradley Beal has played over the last handful of years. Like, oh man, 50, 40, maybe that's cause for concern. And then we looked at OG Anunoby's, which is essentially the same thing.
Yeah.
Which leads us back to Harrison Barnes, who's a 15-point per game scorer in his career in Sacramento, and he does not miss time. Now, I understand what the detractors would say about Harrison Barnes, including the one directly to my right, who made a smart-ass remark about the games that Harrison Barnes is playing in.
Let's explore Jaylen Brown trade scenarios. Let's do that.
Including the games in which Harrison Barnes plays, just disappears. And that's a valid frustration. It's a valid concern. But in you know, it didn't take long. You knew this would come up, and it's gonna live with him a while. But our man Run DMG brought up Harrison's Game 7 no show. It's gonna stick. It sucks, but it's going to stick. I think maybe we're underappreciating Harrison a little bit. In the case of OG Anunoby, in my opinion, I think OG's a better ball player right now. In the case of Bradley Beal, I think Bradley Beal is a better ball player than Harrison Barnes right now. But when we go through lists and ideas and free agent targets, there's a lot of times where we're having these discussions where we'll talk for an hour and 20 minutes before one of us finally poses the question, wait, are we sure he's better than Harrison? And there have been times where we have this long-ass discussion and we get ourselves all hyped up, and you ask that question or I ask that question, and one of us ultimately goes, well, maybe he's not. Maybe we're underappreciating Harrison a little bit in desire of the new shiny object. And who that I think Brad and OG are better. I think they're excluded from this conversation. But we can get into other conversations about other players where we can't definitively say they're better than Harrison Barnes.
I agree 100%. And I look at the scenario where HB comes back to the Sacramento Kings, and I have no problem with it. I don't think that this team takes a step back or they're stuck in the mud or they can't progress because Harrison Barnes is here. I think they can still go forward and reach higher heights in this conference with Harrison Barnes there for a couple of years. I don't see this the way Warrior fans see Harrison Barnes. Like, you're going to have to move on from him to take the next step, which is what we did if you're a Warriors fan, right? Well, we had to move on from Harrison. So first of all, you won 73 games with Harrison Barnes in the regular season.
Right.
You got to Game 7 of the NBA Finals when I know Harrison didn't make no shots, but there's a lot of other people on that Warriors team that didn't make shots.
Yeah, go
either.
watch the final 6 minutes of that game,
right,
and talk to me about missing shots.
Right. So
I think one guy hit a shot in the final 6 minutes of that game.
So I don't look at Harrison Barnes coming back here as this problem or anything. And then once again, like we talked about, you got guys that you could potentially get where you got to ask the question, are they better than Harrison Barnes? And some of that is up to debate. Cam Johnson, that's up for debate. Kelly Oubre, that's up for debate.
But yeah.
I think OG and obviously Bradley Beal are better, but I'll even say how much better.
Kelly Oubre is one I really struggle with. So I just
struggle
with
like in what way?
Better. I don't think he's better than Harrison Barnes.
I don't think he is either. Like I think they're comparable. I think they're about the same.
Cam, I think you're banking a lot on future, which
you get younger with these guys now. With OG,
right.
You get younger as well. But really, like it's one of those things where there are a couple of things that Harrison doesn't necessarily give you: explosiveness, defense. At this point, I know the numbers say differently. I didn't think he was that good defensively this year. They didn't. Maybe he was a better team defender than on-ball defender, but I was not confident in what he was able to do on the defensive end this past year. So I see you bring in guys and they're able to, improve in that respect. But OG is like averaging 16 points a game. Here's an average 15. Is that much of a difference? Do you think it'll be that much of a difference if OG got here? I don't think so. So you're going to get a lot of the same production offensively. But I think where the separation is
that too simplistic though? Before you leave that line of thought, is it too simplistic to just take one out, put the other one in, and say the offensive production is the same? Like you have two playmakers, three when you count Malik, who could potentially put you in positions a little. That Fred VanVleet was a very good point guard, but potentially put you in different positions than you were put in Toronto.
I understand what you're saying.
He is who he is.
Yeah, I think OG will be able to give you the same offensive production.
Okay.
That Harrison will. I think Harrison shoots better from beyond the arc. I think he shoots better from beyond the arc percentage wise. But I also don't look at Harrison as some type of knockdown 3-point shoot. They're actually the same. I think Harrison was 37. I think OG was 37 this past year as well. So yeah, I think that offensively they might cancel each other out. The difference for me would be the versatility and the level of defense that you would get from OG Anunoby.
Do you think either of these players winds up in Sacramento?
I think OG does.
I think there's a really good chance OG Anunoby winds up here. I don't think there's any. I don't want to say any chance. I don't think there's a strong likelihood that Bradley Beal winds up here.
I agree,
but I do. I think there's a good chance the Kings land OG Anunoby. I should have starred the street. I don't know how to Andro. So he has a random prediction. Beal to the Knicks, Hart going to the Kings. Maybe. Haha.
The laugh. Why are we laughing?
Well, I actually don't think Beal to the Knicks is outlandish.
No.
I was looking at what the Knicks have the ability to do this offseason. Knicks, if there's a conversation about Dame, if there's a conversation about Bradley Beal, name anyone. The Knicks can be involved in it.
They've got like 4 or 5 first-round picks, and they got RJ Barrett. Is there another player that they possibly talk about? Because I wouldn't give up Julius.
Yeah, not in this scenario.
Yeah.
I don't think I wouldn't give up Julius at all. No, I think RJ Barrett is the number one player that they can move, and you said it. They got a lot of draft picks.
I feel like a lot of those picks are like in a I don't know if they're lottery, but they might be lottery. It might be like, inside top 15 picks.
I had a little
at least a couple of them are. Oh, Alex brings up a good point. Obi, you could throw Obi in a trade too. Obi Toppin.
Yeah.
The Knicks have Dallas, Detroit, and Washington's first round picks in 2024.
Oh, Dallas. That's the one. Dallas
Washington
was
is their pick back.
Well,
sell them their own pick.
What about Emmanuel Quickly?
Yeah, he's a trade piece. I like Emmanuel Quickly a lot.
I know you do.
I would try to hold on to him, but if that was, I wouldn't let that be the roadblock between getting Bradley Beal or Dame.
No.
Yeah.
Like there's I think there's a, unlike some of the maybe with Miami, I can't tell, but New York, I'll say it, Sacramento. I think there's a few. There's a move that could put you in title contention. With the Knicks, I feel like the Knicks could do one of like 4 moves that put them in title contention because they have the ability to do all of it.
Look, off the top of my head, they can go RJ Barrett and 2 first rounders and Obi Toppin and 2 first rounders.
Right.
And 2
Right.
separate deals.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah, that second tax apron is I think it's gonna be a game changer for the league. Like this, I think that second tax apron where you start to lose MLEs, all the repeat tax event, all of that stuff. This might be the game changer that the league was looking for when they started putting in all of these penalties that the richest of the rich teams ignored, because now you can't spend on a team, or it'd be crazy to spend on a team that's not a title contender. Like spend to that level. That's not a title. Like I brought up Atlanta earlier. The hell is Atlanta going to do? Atlanta is not a title contender.
Did you see that crazy rumor earlier about Atlanta talking to Dallas, exchanging first round picks and Bertans for Collins?
I did not see that.
Atlanta's out of their mind for that.
I did not see that.
Like, why would you do that? That's craziness. But yeah, to your point, like Atlanta's so messed up. They don't know what they're doing.
I don't think they do. I genuinely don't think they
clue.
do. I don't think they have a direction. They don't know where to go. And I like them. I like the core of, I like the group of this team, but they have a player there that you might have forgotten about that really kind of throws the salary cap off. Brooklyn's got decisions to make here in the next year or so, because there's going to be, and that's why, you know, and we could talk about this with Matt, or we could certainly talk about it more tomorrow. But I always thought, like, it's great to talk about Cam Johnson. Like all of us, I think every Kings fan really likes the idea of Cam Johnson because of the contractual situation that he has with Brook. It feels that's unattainable. That's not realistic. It might be a little bit more realistic than I originally thought, because Brooklyn's going to have to. Brooklyn's going to have to do something at some point with Ben Simmons, and if they don't, they're just sitting in.
Well, that was why I always thought it was attainable, because they made that trade to have some type of flexibility, I think, financially. But if you give Cam Johnson $20 million a year, you immediately zap some of that financial flexibility and that space that you wanted.
Yep.
So that's why I always thought they wouldn't, if it went that high, they wouldn't match. And then, like you mentioned with Ben Simmons, even if they were to release Ben Simmons, he still counts against the cap, right? So
yeah, all that does is that just lets him leave.
Yeah,
that doesn't do anything.
That keeps them stuck. Like I don't think they really have a choice but to let go of Cam Johnson if the price gets too high. And once again, like Cam Johnson, really good ball player. I'd want him here in Sacramento, but Brooklyn, you like him that much where you're gonna hamstring yourself? Like, no, like it's a situation that sucks, but might just have to bite the bullet and let him go,
man,
so I can keep my flexibility.
Man, we've heard some things regarding some discussions that the Kings are having now, but Cam, this article I'm looking at now, the belief is Cam is going to get a deal that starts at roughly $20 million per year. Given a conversation we had off the air, would you take that, or would you take Harrison Barnes? Because 20 is important, because Cam at 20, that's 20 for Sacramento. It's going to be 20 plus the tax penalty for Brooklyn.
And this is where we get back to how much better is Cam Johnson than Harrison Barnes.
So I'll throw this caveat at the discussion for you. If they're the same price,
I think I'm taking Cam.
You know, the tricky part about this, and it took a minute for me to, this registered with me this morning. When you're restricted, The Kings can offer him a contract at 3:00 on a week from tomorrow, or 2 weeks from tomorrow, excuse me. And Brooklyn can wait. What, like 2 days, 3 days? I can't remember the number.
Hold your money up.
Right, but the point is, everything is on hold until the Brooklyn matches, or whatever team, we'll use Brooklyn as an example, matches or bows out.
Yeah.
And it holds you up for 2 straight days.
Yeah.
We'll come
But
back.
here's the thing about that.
Yeah.
If you're Sacramento, real quick, it's not like you're doing a whole lot. Like, you may have one target, so you may be willing to wait that 3 days if it takes that long. Or they could do like what Chicago did, answer within 30 minutes.
Well, no.
When they had to offer receivers.
Hey, you brought up Chicago. That's another team that
they got decisions to
what
make.
are y'all doing?
Yeah.
What are y'all doing? We're going to talk with Matt George. Matt George is here. We'll talk with the host of the Locked On Kings podcast.
Sandwich.
Yes, please eat in plain
sandwich.
view. Please eat in plain view of everybody.
Guys, man,
Thank
swear
you.
I hate these
This man literally been eating for 3 straight hours. Matt George joins us when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Oh, it's incredible. I looked at it and I just started laughing.
Bro.
Oh, I was like, oh, man. Oh, man.
Man, you guys, man, I swear, man.
What's up, Matt?
I'm only eating up here now.
I wish I would have known. I just finished Canes. Like, if I had known it was lunchtime on the show, I would have waited.
It's been lunchtime all day.
Shout out to what's my people call? I got to get them right. Capriati's. This place is delicious.
Kenny, don't care about that summer bod. You're just packing on. You bulking? You in bulk season?
Not working off.
My favorite part is Kenny's so confused. What do you mean? What's wrong? What's going on?
Man, hey, jackasses.
Poor guy.
Matt, you got to see my last tweet. That's what you have to see so you know what we're laughing at.
I mean, your Twitter's been hot today, so I'm surprised I haven't seen it.
Well, you got to tweet shit or it didn't happen.
Oh, okay, hold on. Oh, Kenny. Kenny.
I'm here trying to eat my sandwich, man. And we got
Kenny.
sophomore class out here.
Kenny. You got some good shine though, dude.
Yeah, it's shiny. It's
fresh shave, man.
You got some shine. What are you buffing?
This morning. No, this is natural, man.
Oh yeah, natural shine. Right.
Natural.
Some people have all the gifts. You know, you can eat a sandwich at eye level though. Like you don't have to lean down to eat a sandwich. Like,
well, I mean, you don't want to like be smacking and people. But
here's my thing though. Like when you're taking a bite of a sandwich, you just take one bite. Like it's just one movement. Like you.
Well,
what
in
do
that
you?
particular case, the sandwich was kind of falling apart.
Oh, right.
Keep it together.
You don't. You don't. Yeah.
You had to get it all.
Yeah, he don't like it messy.
You had to take it off.
You don't like it messy. Got to make sure.
Yo, wow, man.
What?
Oh, wow.
Go take a lap.
All right, fine.
Got a good reputation.
Oh man,
that was an all-time pause moment.
Oh, that was incredible. That's the greatest pause.
Yeah,
pause moments were invented for that.
It was only pause because of you guys. You guys.
I'm just sitting here minding my own business. I look at the screen and there's Kenny's going up and hey. Oh man. How was golf last week?
Oh, it was great. It was great. I beat Chris no matter what he says. High score wins.
Good stuff.
No, it was great. I mean, Edgewood is like, even if you're not into golf, Edgewood is gorgeous. It's just glorious place to play. So it was beautiful out there.
Coming back, Matt. Very happy to be back here with our buddy Matt George over ABC 10, and of course the host of the Locked On Kings podcast. I didn't expect there to be a ton of Kings topics today, Matt George, but yet here we are with some fun things to talk about, as a really exciting couple of weeks is ahead of us with the draft 7 days from today. Free agency starts 2 weeks from tomorrow. That'll lead us right into the California Classic, right into Summer League. Plenty of great content over there on Matt's Locked On Kings podcast. Make sure you check that out. Matt, let's start with what we've been talking about all day. We've heard that the Kings are in pursuit of OG Anunoby. Curious your thoughts on the Toronto Raptors small forward and his potential fit with the Sacramento Kings.
I mean, it makes a ton of sense. OG in so many ways checks the box of exactly what you're looking for. Actually checks multiple boxes in terms of someone who comes in and theoretically immediately improves your defense. Someone you have a lockdown defender now, essentially, that you can put on, because of his size and his length, almost everybody. I'm pretty sure he's as close to guarding all 5 positions as you're probably going to be able to find realistically. So defensively, it makes a lot of sense. Plus, like he fits that age gap, the core for the Sacramento Kings, kind of right in there as well. Young player with still his prime ahead of him. Like, it would be, I mean, I think that would be a home run for the Sacramento Kings. Now, you always have to talk about what the asking price is and what you're sending out in order to acquire that kind of talent. And I remember having a conversation with a handful of Kings media members at dinner before a game one night. And the conversation was, if you're trading for OG Anunoby, are you comfortable saying bye-bye to Keegan Murray? And that was at that time, that's what we thought. And that's what I believe the asking price is. If I'm Toronto and I'm calling or I'm answering a phone call from the Kings about OG, the first thing I'm saying is put Keegan Murray on the table. I don't think the Kings necessarily want to do that. In fact, I know they don't want to do it. They might still consider it, but they don't want to do it. I'm very hesitant with that too, because you know how high I am on Keegan. But in terms of a player that realistically can come in, fit what you're trying to do, address a clear need, and also fill a position that notoriously is difficult for the Sacramento Kings to fill, I think there's so many reasons why it makes a lot of sense.
So, Matt, you think there's no way they could get OG without, I mean, Toronto could ask, but Sacramento would say no when it comes to Keegan Murray, and would Toronto just walk away at that point? Or is there still a deal to be made, considering OG is going into the last year of his deal, and, you know, there's a concern maybe you lose him without getting anything?
Yeah, I would never say no way, because as we've seen in recent years, absurdity of trades have just blown this market out of proportion. Looking at you, Minnesota. So to me, like, I would never say no way. I just think that's where the deal would get caught. And I think OG is an attractive enough player that there would be a team out there that is willing to give up that young piece. Maybe a player from Keegan's class or the class before that Sacramento's just not ready to move on from. And I would never say it was giving up on Keegan, just like the Domantas Sabonis trade was not the Kings giving up on Tyrese Halliburton. It was giving what they needed to give in order to accomplish what they were trying to accomplish. So Monty's done it before, so he absolutely could do it again. But I know for a fact the Sacramento Kings view Keegan Murray as a future All-Star. The Sacramento Kings view Keegan Murray as the third part of the big three in Sacramento with Fox and Sabonis. If they trade Keegan for OG, they then believe that OG is that guy. So they believe OG is a all-star. They believe OG is the third of a big three, which maybe he could be. But that's what the Kings view Keegan Murray as. Plus, you have more contractual control over Keegan, just like what you gave up in the Tyrese Halliburton trade. You've taken that risk already. So I think that's where that deal gets caught up. I don't know, unless the Raptors get desperate or just aren't getting anything else of value from another team. I don't know if like Davion Mitchell and draft compensation and salary matcher is enough, but I'm super hesitant on moving Keegan Murray in an OG deal, even if I love OG.
I agree.
I'll hit you with a counter, a Monty McNair counter. It's like, yeah, okay, Masai, like I understand. Keegan would have been a fair asking price last February. He's not now. Like we want OG Anunoby, and we're willing to make a deal for him, but you've lost a lot of leverage by allowing this to go into the offseason. You're going to have suitors, but those suitors are going to be telling you the same thing they're telling me. they're going to be telling you the same thing I'm telling you is we absolutely want OG Anunoby here, but we've got to work within these parameters of the fact he's got a player option next year. He can opt out or not. He can opt out. He will opt out when this year is over, and we've got to do enough to persuade him to stay here. We'll work with draft picks. We'll send you some young talent, but Keegan Murray's not going to be one of them. You lost him when you shut down trade discussions in February.
See, I love that, D'Lo, because I think the context of where the Sacramento Kings are is extremely important. I think sometimes we lose that context from the Sacramento perspective because we want the Kings to get better, right? Build upon what you did, go from good to great, right? Like let's build upon it. Let's actually win a playoff series next year. That's what we're all feeling. We're all feeling that excitement and the pressure that comes along with now the expectation to succeed. I think the outside perspective on the Sacramento Kings is, yeah, they run this core back a year together. Yeah, they good. Like let's see what else they can do now that they've had more than a calendar year together. People forget this team has been together less than a calendar year. They got together. They started getting together and playing together in September. If you're talking training camp, maybe a little before that for the scrimmages that the players held in the practice facility on their own. Like this group hasn't even been together a year yet. So I look at the Bradley Beal situation, which I'm sure we'll get to with this context a lot too, but same thing with the OG situation. The Kings are not in a position where it's like, oh, we got to get OG. Like Monty McNair's just signed a contract. He's sitting pretty. Like the Kings are sitting pretty knowing where they are. They would love to improve and address their needs now, but I always stay consistent with who Monty McNair has said he is and who he has shown to be his entire career here in Sacramento, which is he's patient. He waits for the right moves and he wants to maintain cap flexibility. So he's going to patiently wait for the right time to pounce, even if that means a talent like OG not being available anymore and going to another team. And he's not going to make moves to ultimately cap himself out in the case of taking on like a massive contract from Bradley Beal, unless there is a sense of urgency to do so. And I just don't see that sense of urgency with the Kings right now. There's no need to at this point.
Can I hit one more quick follow-up? Let's hypothetically say Keegan is included in this deal. I think that limits the other assets, be it players or draft picks, that accompany this trade. However, Keegan is included in the deal, but you're able to re-sign Harrison Barnes. Does that cushion the blow a little bit?
Not for me, no, personally.
Okay.
And
right.
it's not that
I don't know why I asked Matt that. Was probably
no, come on. What are you talking about? I'm becoming the host of Locked On Raptors if this trade happens. I'm saying following Keegan wherever he goes. No,
Matt Windhurst.
Hey,
there it is.
No, I hate saying that because you guys were talking about Harrison earlier, and I love what you were saying about Harrison Barnes because I think people sell Harrison Barnes short so much. And I think Harrison Barnes was made to be the ultimate scapegoat of the Golden State Warriors fan base and Golden State Warriors organization. No crap, you got better when you moved on from Harrison Barnes. You got one of the greatest players of all time in Kevin Durant. So let's slow the hell down here. And Harrison Barnes, like one of the things you have to think about you were just talking about Cam Johnson. Like you said, if you could get Cam Johnson or Harrison Barnes on the same money, the majority of the people are going to go for Cam Johnson, and a lot of it has to do with, or some of it has to do with age. I think a lot of it has to do with, what Harrison is here in Sacramento, and Cam Johnson provides this allure of something different, something new. Yep. But Harrison knows how to play here. He knows what this team is about. He understands Mike Brown's system, even if he disappeared in Game 7. And I can add a list of players that also did not play well in Game 7 in Sacramento, even if he had a tough playoff series. I have complete trust in Harrison Barnes every single time number 40 suits up for the Kings. Complete trust. I know exactly. I don't know necessarily exactly statistically what he's going to provide, but I know he 100% knows what his job is. I'm not saying Cam Johnson or Bradley Beal or OG or whoever the hell you bring in can't be that. The expectations would be that they would be that if they're joining the Sacramento Kings, but I know I have that with Harrison. So I'm very hesitant still to give up on Harrison Barnes and to move on from Harrison Barnes. Like I'm extremely hesitant about that. So that answer to your question, D'Lo, made it sound like no, HB doesn't move the needle for me at all. That's more in the Keegan Murray sweepstakes, but I would be thrilled to have Harrison Barnes back. And I think people who simply react and you have a point, but I think people who simply say the Kings need to get better, they need to replace Harrison Barnes, I think that's just really knee-jerk and short-sighted at times.
So here's a couple things. Number one, I agree with you. I'm not really interested in moving on from Keegan Murray. I don't think either deal, an OG deal or a Bradley Beal deal that we'll talk about in a second. Neither one of them, I'm going to be willing to give up Keegan Murray. So there's that. Number two, I obviously agree with you on Harrison Barnes. I like Harrison Barnes. I think that you can win, you can improve as a team and as a franchise with Harrison Barnes in the fold for sure. Here's the one thing that I'll push back a little bit on. It's not even pushback. It's just a thought. So you talk about Monty McNair being patient and waiting when the time is right to make a move. I kind of believe, and this is why you hear so much about Harrison Barnes not being here or questioning what you can do in free agency. I've laid this out before. This is the time to get better. Now is the time, and there's a number of different reasons for that, but the one that I always keep going back to is look at the team around you. Where are you going to get better? Like Fox ain't going nowhere. Keegan's not going anywhere. Sabonis isn't going anywhere. Herter probably isn't going anywhere, but he also has 3 years left on his deal. You know what I mean? So he's locked up. For the next 2 or 3 years, this is your team except for that one spot where if you feel like you can improve, now is the time. Being patient, you were patient the last couple of years. This is the time now to improve on that spot because whoever it is that you get, once you get them, that probably is your starting lineup and your team moving forward for the next couple of years.
I don't think that's pushback at all, Kenny. I think what you said is absolutely 100% correct. And I think that's what Monty is going to ideally try to do. But it being the right time and actually getting the right deal done, both of those have to connect, right? It could be the right time, but the wrong deal, or the right deal at the wrong time. You need the right deal at the right time. And I think that's what Monty's ultimately looking for. And like, you don't want to have to wait until you're in a situation where so many teams, like they build a solid core, solid foundation, and they're like right on the cusp, but they feel like, oh, I got to make one major move to try and get there. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Then you have situations like the Denver Nuggets who just proved, hey, you keep the right group together and believe in them long enough, you can make it there with little tweaks and little additions here and there. So for me, like Monty has to make sure he's aware, and I know he is of this, but Monty has to take every move he's making this offseason into account when thinking about you're going to pay Sabonis and you're going to pay Malik Monk next offseason. Like, is there any reason to believe Malik Monk isn't in the long-term plans of the Sacramento Kings?
Nope, he better be.
Yeah, he better be, right? Just for the Band-Aid sales alone. Like Malik has to be a part of the long-term plan, and he's going to get paid more than he's getting paid right now because Malik Monk is a bargain deal right now for being the sixth man for this roster and as important of a piece as he is. Domas is getting the truck backed up for him because he's already on a deal. He's already underpaid for what he provides. De'Aaron's pay is coming up, but we don't really have to worry about that right now. Same thing with Keegan. If you think Keegan's going to be an all-star, be prepared to pay him like an all-star. So the move has to make sense with all of that. So I agree 100% with what you're saying, Kenny. Like, strike while the iron's hot right now. If there are teams moving in a separate direction and you can get a piece that a year ago nobody would have said is available in OG, like, yes, you absolutely pursue that, which is why your report doesn't surprise me at all. Yeah, make phone calls, be aggressive. But if it's the right move, but the wrong time, or the right time, but the wrong move, Monty has to be careful with that. And we've seen he's not afraid to stay patient. And sometimes that infuriates us.
Here's one thing I'll say about Denver, because people talk about Denver as the model right now. Denver moved on from Paul Millsap, and I think Millsap is in a bit of a different time than Harrison Barnes is right now, but they moved on from him to go get Aaron Gordon, which is kind of a Harrison to OG type move potentially. But once again, not the same exact comparison, because I think Millsap was in a different point in his career than Harrison is right now.
Well, and to be completely transparent, if you told me I could have OG Anunoby or Harrison Barnes, I'm taking OG. Like, that's not where the hesitation is. It's what are you giving up to get OG in addition to losing Harrison? That's the unknown. But if the Kings can get it, Monty is going to pull the trigger if he thinks it's a good move and that it makes sense. We already know Monty's going to pull the trigger. So it's nice to have a competent GM in a position where it's like if he decides it's good for the team, I believe it's good for the team.
And you used a great word a minute ago, and I think this is something Kings fans could be really excited about. Is you use the term aggressive, and it feels like the Sacramento Kings are being really aggressive. Again, it's great. Bradley Beal would waive his no trade clause to come to Sacramento,
awesome.
and we'll talk to that. I don't think Sacramento's pursuing Bradley Beal outside of a cursory phone call, check the temperature. Maybe they are. We have no indication but maybe they are. But the fact that they're out there, the fact that Bradley Beal, one of those upper echelon players, would say, "Yeah, I'd come to Sacramento for sure." The fact that OG Anunoby, the fact that Toronto, Kenny and I talked about Phoenix potentially being like a hub of this offseason when you recognize, you've got a decision on Chris Paul that has to be made in the next 14 days. And you've got this DeAndre Ayton situation. There could be a lot, coming and going as it pertains to Phoenix. The same is true for Toronto. Everyone is kind of watching Toronto like, okay, you're going with a first-time head coach. You've got a really interesting roster of players. You've got a clear guy you can build around. You've got guys who can opt out. You've got guys contracts who can expire. What direction are you going? And the fact that the Sacramento Kings seem to be in the middle of that is a great directional change from what we've seen in the past.
And I think we could even add a third team potentially too, which is the Boston Celtics. Like I think the Celtics have a lot of fireworks in the running too. If Marcus Smart potentially is available, the Jaylen Brown situation
he will absolutely not be available.
Whoever it is, like I think the Boston Celtics are in there too, because are they in the position that we just talked about you don't want to be in, which is, hey, you've been to the finals, you failed. You were knocking on the door, you failed again, is now the knee-jerk move, right? Is now the we have to do something type move. I don't think it necessarily has to be, but
I don't think Brad's a knee-jerk guy.
Yeah.
Marcus Smart should not be untouchable.
I understand that. Brad Stevens loves Marcus Smart. Marcus Smart's not being traded. Whether he's untouchable or not.
I wouldn't be in a rush to trade Marcus
If
Smart,
Kenny Caraway is the general manager, he's not untouchable. I don't think Brad Stevens says he's untouchable. I just think Brad Stevens says I'm not trading Marcus Smart. And I don't think Brad Stevens is and you're right, Matt. There's far more look at what went on in Phoenix. There's far more reactionary guys in the league than there aren't. I don't think Brad Stevens is a reactionary guy like that.
We'll have to wait and see. But
yeah,
to your point,
right.
It's great to see the Sacramento Kings in a position where they know where they're at and they know their value at this point, and they're exercising that. They're putting themselves out there going, we're on the up and up. You guys are trending down. Let's work together here. But we're not the Kings of old. Like you're not fleecing us for anything. We're in the power position here. We'll work with you, but you got to help us out. And it's got to make sense for us.
Yep.
Well, still just humor me a little bit, Matt. Bradley Beal. So there's a deal, there's the money that would work for OG, and it would be Davion and Rashawn. You probably have to give up some type of pick, I think, but you can get that deal done financially. The one for Bradley Beal, the only one that works financially with how the Kings roster is constructed, and if you're not, obviously Fox and Sabonis aren't going to be a part of the deal, is Herter, Holmes, Murray, and Davion. If you could find a way to take Keegan out of that deal, would you do it? For Bradley.
So here's the thing, because I heard you talking about this earlier, and I agree with you. Like, we're not talking about a scrub. Bradley Beal's a good player. Like, he's a good player. But offensively, I know the Sacramento Kings are in a great spot. Now, it would have been better if they had better shot making in the playoffs against the Golden State Warriors, because they would have been playing the Lakers in that case. So I'm not saying the offense is unadjustable or unimprovable. The more I like, my gut reaction to signing Bradley Beal was, it's really cool that the Kings are involved, but I'm not interested. And I started thinking about it. And I was listening to your guys' show and looking at the money. Like financially, no, it's not our money. But again, the Bradley Beal signing or trade goes against everything to me that Monty McNair has done to this point, which is all about flexibility. And again, he does not have to make that move right now. He does not have to make that big of a swing if he does not want to. And I think if you're going to make that big of a swing and pay that much money for a player, I'm not saying it's guaranteed, but maybe you feel pretty confident about the fact that there's going to be another star available in the future who's not right now that maybe feels a little bit better for you. So I would not hate Bradley Beal in a Kings uniform. I just would not like what it would take to get him here and what it would take every year to keep him here. I just don't think it's realistic in a way that doesn't ask a lot of questions that could be concerning for the Kings.
I get it. I understand. But the only thing I would say is at some point you're not going to have, if things work out the way you want them to, you're not going to have any flexibility.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
At
like
some point,
Monty has been flexible for this, for this moment right here.
Yeah.
Whether it's, they're different, but whether it's Brad or OG, or you could throw Dame, you could throw all of these, big money players that are going to be be in the market here now and in the coming weeks. Like this is what Monty McNair has been doing. He's been setting up for this moment. Like, and you were there, Matt. We've talked a lot about this today. He was definitive in that postseason press conference. We want to be a championship contender, and we have got steps to take to do that. We're still very, very early in this offseason, but it appears he's at least trying to take those steps. Whether he can make them, that's a different story, but he's taking those steps, or attempting to at least.
I hope Vivek Ranadive knows, and I think he does. I think he knows he's on a one-way path to a luxury tax bill. Like I think he and like, okay, you want to win? You want to keep a core together? Like that might be what you have to do. Like, I think the luxury tax is a foregone conclusion for the Sacramento Kings until they get to a point where they're paying so much for their top guys, and hopefully those top guys are so good that other guys are wanting to join them and are taking a pay cut to do so. And maybe that's how you can stay just under the tax line or limit that tax penalty as much as possible. But if we're talking about Fox being the star of a championship team, Domas being a close second, Keegan Murray being the big three, plus you add an OG, or you add a Bradley Beal, or you have Malik Monk and Kevin Huerter, who are really, really good pieces. Davion Mitchell maybe turns into a somewhat Marcus Smart level of defender. Hopefully that would be amazing. Like right there, we're over those 6 names. You're over the luxury tax. Like you're there, you're there now. So I think it's a foregone conclusion that the Kings are going to have to pay. And I don't think Vivek's scared of that part. I think it's making sure you're paying for the right group. And with Bradley, and I think you said something about this earlier, D'Lo, if Bradley Beal is the guy that you're bringing in, you're paying a championship salary. You're paying a championship payroll for a team that hasn't been there yet and still might not be there. Plus, there's injury concerns with Bradley Beal too. So I'm out on the Bradley Beal thing, much more interested in the OG thing. A lot of it has to do with my friends who are reporting it. But, what can I do?
Well, you might not know this, but we had the Bradley Beal thing too. But that's okay. We'll talk about that later.
We had it first too. By the way.
Hey, I don't want to scoop all your. I don't want to scoop your heat, as our friend Chris would say. But you asked something earlier about Davion. Present that to Matt.
Yeah, Matt. First of all, our owner's out here, Uncle V out here buying franchises. He ain't worried about no luxury tax.
I hope not. Yeah, I hope not, because it's yeah.
Again, here buying
again,
franchises, baby.
Again, we're entering unprecedented times here for these Sacramento Kings. Like this is just an entirely different world.
But no, so like in both of the deals that we talked about, and a lot of these other deals that we talked about, we've had to put Davion Mitchell in there. And I think a lot of people are like, yeah, give him Davion, like it's without a thought, like Davion Mitchell. And I understand that, especially in the case of both OG or Bradley Beal, you have to give up something to get something. But man, I really like Davion Mitchell. I really like him as a ball player. I think he's whether he believes it or not, or other people, I think this is a perfect fit for him. This is a perfect situation for him here, being the backup point guard or the third guard, however you want to say it, fourth guard for the Sacramento Kings. But he's the team's best perimeter defender by far. He's probably the best defender on the team, period. I think he's getting better. I think his skills are improving. And this year coming up, understanding his role, I think he can flourish this year. Do you think we're too quick to just be ready to move on from Davion Mitchell?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely we are. But I think the reason for that is, like you said, you got to give up something to get something. And for me, it's very, very few trades that I'm negotiating or starting with Keegan Murray. So what's the next best, youngest thing? It's the player that you picked in the lottery the year before that. Yeah. Now, Keegan Murray and Davion Mitchell are on different tiers, so I understand this. But like, I think it's like the same way if you go into Trade Machine and Sacramento Kings fans are trying to make a trade on Trade Machine and they're looking for a big money player, the first person they click on to put in that deal is Richaun Holmes, right? It's like, there's that money. I'm making it work. But context is important. Richaun has negative value because of that contract. So we're absolutely too quick to move on from Davion Mitchell. And I don't think there's any reason to believe the Sacramento Kings want to. Why? Like, Davion Mitchell is, I think James, was it last week? James was on the show with you guys and James was talking about how Davion is also emerging as a leader on this team. I think James was talking about how he's the listener leader. So he's growing as a leader. He's already in that perfect age group with being an older prospect. He's only going into his third season, and he is the guy in the playoffs that you're sticking on Steph Curry. Like, I know, I don't know. One of the questions that I had with game 6 and 7 is why the Kings backed off on that a little bit and played Davion Mitchell less and less, because I thought before Keegan got going that Davion was the third best player for the Sacramento Kings during the playoffs, with how hard he was working. We know Davion has to improve as an offensive player, but I know Davion knows and accepts his role. I know for a fact Davion Mitchell is loved by the Kings coaching staff and by Mike Brown in particular. Mike Brown can challenge him just like he challenges all his point guards, and Davion will take that challenge. I witnessed it in person. So, like, I don't think there's any reason to believe the Sacramento Kings want to move on from Davion Mitchell. But the reason why he's thrown into all these trades is it sounds horrible, he's the easiest good guy to move on from.
Yep. Yeah. That's 100% what it is. And it's a, the thing I get stuck on with those draft picks or with, guys that were selected, not the number 24, but Davion, and you really rolled the dice with Tyrese, right? Yep. And you made that deal, and it's clearly put this franchise in a significantly better position. Unless, of course, you're Bonte Hill, and you still think they stink. But other than that, other than Bonte and Nate Jones, you believe that this team is in a much better position. And the one thing I can't help think about in these conversations, and I understand they're conversations that you have to have, is, are you really willing to do that again? Now, I don't want to discount Davion. I think Davion is very good. I love having Davion here. It feels like Keegan is a little bit closer to the Tyrese class of rookie than Davion has been able to be here in Sacramento, and to roll the dice on that again, man, that feels risky. But yeah. I guess that's what this game is. I guess that's what it is when you're the general manager of a team. You've got to, if you want to be a champion, you've got to take risk. Like I think the Aaron Gordon, Paul Millsap thing that you brought up a minute ago, I think that was a great comp. Sticking with Jamal Murray, it's what Denver had to do to get where they got. The Toronto Raptors had to move on from DeMar DeRozan to get Kawhi Leonard to become champions for a single season. Yeah. They became champions for a single season and then lost Kawhi Leonard, which something tells me they might not be terribly upset about given this current state. That's just me. But the point, Matt, is it's a risky move to do once. Then it works. It's risky to do it a second time and hope you get the same result.
Yeah, the only security Monty McNair has is the contract that he just signed. And that's a lot of security. I mean, that's big security for him to know, okay, I can stay here and do my job. But like, the job of a general manager and the job of a front office is to take risk after risk after risk, while the people commenting and dragging you through the mud are speaking from a position of, feeling like they know it all without having any of the consequences. So when Monty McNair makes a move and the three of us turn on the cameras and turn on the microphones and say that was stupid or that was brilliant or whatever, like we have no horse, we have no consequence in the race, as is seen by the amount of stuff that was said about how bad the Tyrese Halliburton Domantas Sabonis trade is. And at best, you're getting people to walk back to call it the most even trade in history. It's like you still won't give the Kings their props. Now you're saying it's even when you said that the Kings were doing malpractice or whatever. My point is, like, every single move that Monty makes is going to be looked at under a microscope, and kind of similar to Mike Brown's point all year long. Now that the Kings have broken the playoff drought, which to us was the Super Bowl, but to everybody else was step one, now the pressure is magnified tenfold. Now it's way harder to get from playoffs to championship or first round to Western Conference Finals, let alone NBA Finals, and then win the NBA Finals. So if Monty is going to move on from Keegan Murray, he better get it right. You only have one chance to get it right. And there's still some that aren't 100% saying that he has gotten the Domantas Sabonis, Tyrese Halliburton trade right because Domas is not under contract yet. The second the Kings signed Domas to a contract, I'm saying hands clean. That is what it is. Like, Tyrese have an amazing career in Indiana. The Kings are totally fine. The Kings can sleep at night. So it'll be the same thing with Keegan. So if the Kings want to make that move, like, again, I trust Monty, Wes, that front office completely with the moves that they think they're going to make. But boy, that's a lot of coin flips to take with really, really, really good young players. You better have the results to back it up.
Well, you know, I mean, the reality is if Monty wants to solidify himself as the top flight GM and get this team to championship status, they have to move on from Domantas Sabonis.
You know, I can always tell when you're going to make a smart ass remark. There's just like something about your tone.
I didn't say it.
There's something about your tone and delivery.
This is what the people say.
No, not the people. The person. That's what the person says.
Have you heard any of that, Matt? Like, that's been floating around.
That was all over Twitter. What did you say? Like 2 nights?
Yeah.
Two or 3 nights ago?
Nate Jones, like, tweeted it out. Nate Jones,
yeah,
you know, he's
this
out
is
there
what
on
it was.
NBA Twitter. And like
sell
a
high.
bunch of people. Like a gang of people.
Yeah, Domantas Sabonis has a bad playoff series, and granted, it was a bad playoff series, but now Domantas Sabonis is a horrendous player that the Kings need. Like, Domantas Sabonis is becoming, in certain Kings circles and to some like media members or just commentators who maybe don't have a horse in the race, what Harrison Barnes was to the Golden State Warriors after winning 70. Like, really, really, really good, but maybe you can get Kevin Durant, or it's his fault. You got to have a fall guy. You got, like, every single year we try to find a fall guy for something that went wrong. The Kings had an excellent season, and still it's Harrison or Domas or whoever, whatever you do with the team. Like, it's your fault. Get out of here. So every single year people do this with every single team. So I know it's not specific to Sacramento, but like, I can't wait for the regular season to start and for Domantas Sabonis to drop a triple-double in the first game of the season, because he's going to, or it's going to be a double-double by halftime. Everyone goes, oh, yeah. Oh, we're fine. Or when the Sacramento Kings play a team not named the Golden State Warriors, and you think, okay, that team is going to know how to stop Sabonis because the Warriors did it and everybody was watching, and then Domas eats that kid for breakfast and is fine. Like, it's like, okay, we're good. Like, Domas he finished top 7 in MVP voting. He's almost a walking triple-double. Like, that's so ridiculous. I can't wait for Domas.
What Kenny did to that sandwich earlier.
Well, see, and it was a sandwich.
Oh.
I mean, I also figured out what else was going on at that time. Is there was the
business.
rejoiner was coming in. So I was dancing to the song.
Interesting choice of
Don't dance
words.
like that again,
yeah,
bro.
please don't. Hey, we didn't get to talk to you last week. If you want to see the video, for those that just go to my Twitter account.
No, do not go.
I might have
only look at
retweeted
his,
Alfonso's.
Go only look at his OG tweet. Do not look at that one.
Make sure you have your parental controls on, though.
You
don't want kids seeing it.
Don't do this at work.
You guys might have a new sponsor coming your way. You just might not be pleased with it.
Well, I mean, not wrong.
Not my entitlement.
Not wrong. We didn't get to talk last week. I'm curious.
Jeez.
We'll report tomorrow. Zion Williamson interested in Sacramento. It's a Twitter video that got his attention.
Like, yo, I heard about your sandwiches.
No, not this one.
What was the feedback you got, Matt, on your recent Kristaps Porzingis episode of the Locked On Kings podcast?
I don't remember it being overly negative. I remember people being like, "Nah, I'm good."
That's
Like,
actually better than I expected.
yeah, for most people were just like, "Nah, like I'm fine." But that came off of a question that I got from a listener because I did I don't know if I've talked to you guys since I did a exercise, which is hell to do. I tried to find 5 realistic and good sign and trades for Harrison Barnes, and it's impossible. Like sign and trades are so freaking hard, especially in a position where you're trying to get better. It's next to impossible, which is why I left that episode going, sign Harrison Barnes, bring him back, forget about it. Like it's not going to work. It's not going to happen. I didn't mention Porzingis in that episode, and someone reached out and said, Matt, what do you think about Kristaps Porzingis? And like I thought about it, and I put together a case as to like, okay, here's why it could work, what would need to happen, and then ultimately made a decision on it. And my decision was still, no, I'm good. Like, but most people were kind of in the same boat I was, which is in theory, it could make sense, but it's probably not worth it for the price. And there's just too many questions. So I'm out. The Kings don't have to make that move. That was essentially it.
Okay.
I'm not saying I would trade for him. I've always liked Porzingis a little better than people kind of give him credit for.
I just thought there would be a lot more go to hell Matt Georges in those responses.
What it is.
Yeah. Porzingis invokes a reaction.
There was there was a recent episode that I had that there was a lot of go to hell Matt Georges on it. There were a couple of them actually. One was talking about Draymond Green and how he would be a decent player for the Sacramento Kings, even if I don't like him.
Oh, that was me.
Oh, that was you? Okay.
That was me that sent you the go to hell.
Just call me next time.
Yeah.
Wow. It might have been the Dwight Howard episode. I don't know. Like go to hell Matt George is like I wake up and my son says it to me basically. So So yeah, go to hell, Matt George. Put on a t-shirt.
I like the Dwight Howard idea. We've always liked the Dwight Howard idea, but
I want to thank you guys because you guys have brought me out of a bad attitude. And I was in a bad mood all day today because I saw Rod Manfred's condescending ass comments about the city of Oakland. And I just wanted to I don't hate a lot of people, like really hate a lot of people like Manfred, Fisher, not really Cavill because he's just doing his job and he's a mouthpiece, whatever.
No, he sucks too. He sucks.
He sucks. Okay, he sucks. You're right. I should add him. But Fisher and now Manfred in general, like for Oakland to do what they did, I was at that game. I was there. I talked to a lot of the fans, got to see, and in reality, like it was a celebration. It wasn't just like an angry mob taking to the Coliseum for one last hurrah. Like it was a celebration of what being an Oakland A's fan is and what the team means to the city and how much people care about it. The amount of like Giants fans that I saw showing up to the game in Giants gear, wanting to put on a Cell shirt and support baseball in the Bay Area. Like it was bigger than just like the team or the rivalry or whatever. I thought it was a tremendous night. Had a chills moment in the 5th inning where the crowd went from completely silent to a erupting in a Cell the team chant. Like it was a tremendous night. And then for the mouthpiece of Major League Baseball, the commissioner of Major League Baseball, to step in front of a podium and say, hey, it was nice for them to get an average crowd front. You condescending piece of you-know-what. Like, it's just no surprise at all that the A's are in the situation that they're in and that the team is 2 feet at the door at this point to Las Vegas when the owner doesn't care. And the commissioner doesn't care enough to try and control that owner who is not just making a mockery of this organization, who's making a mockery of the entire league. Like the MLB is in absolute shambles, and one of the most historic franchises in MLB history is being dragged through the mud, and we're blaming the city and the fans for it. I just think it's such Bush League bullcrap.
Indeed it is. You can hear Matt's passion in that. If you want more coverage of the Sacramento Kings and the talks on OG Anunoby and Bradley Beal, and you're listening on the Odyssey app at 1320 a.m., don't go anywhere. We're going to run it back next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Holla. Good stuff. Good
Sorry,
stuff.
I didn't realize what time it was.
All right. Got it. Hey, took us right. We got out right on time. Perfect. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, that was some bullshit. That line was such trash.
Absolutely embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Like we wonder why baseball is dying because idiots like that are owning the team and commissioner of Major League Baseball. It's just crazy.
Yes,
Fisher's such a coward too. Oh well. Thanks for having me, gang. It feels like it's been forever.
Yeah, no, thanks for jumping on. I'm guessing today's your
Absolutely.
day off.
Yeah, I am off today, thankfully, but now I got to go pick up my kiddo.
Okay.
So,
Nice.
Well, fun stuff, man. We appreciate you. Thanks, buddy.
hey, Kenny, text me that sandwich shop. If you're going that hard,
Hey, I'll tell y'all right now, somebody gonna get the shit slapped out of them. They can't crazy. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Y'all think I'm playing? Somebody gonna get the shit slapped out of them
like, do they cater or?
real quick, real quick.
Do they deliver? Like how much?
Like, do they come to me or do I got to come to them? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on.
That.
Hey.
All right.
Hey,
Oh,
Hey,
pause. We're gonna end the broadcast before Kenny gets upset with everybody. We love you guys, man. Thanks for a tremendous day. Biggest day of the off season so far,
Absolutely.
man. Hit the thumbs up before you go. Thanks for all the love on Twitter and making sure everybody know who's breaking these stories. And we'll do it again tomorrow.